Hi.
Hi.
Everybody's great at their jobs, right?
I feel pretty confident at my ability on my job.
This is Alpha here reporting from the greatest bank in Metropolis.
No, it's not.
This just in, Lehman Lewis is a murderer. Anyway, we are back doing more Mystery Master Murder by the Dozen.
Yep.
Last time we
And
tackled the first three cases, and our expert sleuths here, Shadow Toa and
hello.
Commodore Hiko.
Hello.
Sorry about that. And so far they are 3-0. Solved all three. Not without some criticism from the manual, but that's another story for another time. So, here we have 9 more cases. Let's continue with case number 4.
A strangler.
Up here. Here we
It
are.
looks to me like he's just tickling under his chin.
Kind of does, doesn't it?
A little bit.
All right. Case number 4. Adrian Bishop. High fashion model.
Okay. Adrian Bishop, you say?
A call comes into homicide at 10:45 in the morning. Dispatch tells you a man called to report a dead woman at the Sinclair Towers, apartment 15G. When you arrive, you find a dazed Calvin Burr sitting in the living room. In the bedroom, a beautiful woman dressed in jeans and a blouse lies dead on the bed, finger marks and dark bruises on her throat. The lab boys come in as you go talk to Calvin Burr in the living room. He appears to be in a state of shock, but under careful questioning he is able to give you some information. The dead woman was Adrian Bishop, his fiancée. She was a high-fashion photographic model. He was supposed to pick her up at 10 this morning, and accompany her to a photo session in the park. From there, they were going to have lunch at the restaurant on the park. When he arrived to pick her up, the door was open, and Adrian was dead. Her 3 best friends were Janet McAfee, Phyllis Purdy, and Roberta Dormer. Janet and Phyllis work at Martha's Boutique, while Roberta works at the library. The 4 of them grew up together. By this time, Calvin's family physician, Dr. Resnick, had arrived. He suggests you finish talking to Calvin later and starts to take him back to his apartment, also in Sinclair Towers, apartment 10C. On their way out, you ask the doctor if he took care of both Miss Bishop and Calvin. He says yes and adds that if you want to talk to them further, he'll be returning to his office as soon as he gets Cal settled. A search of the...
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I figured just read the story first and then we'll go back and make full digestion of it.
Right.
A search of the apartment turns up an appointment book with 3 entries for today's date. 1. A photo session in the park and lunch with Cal. 2. See Roland Williams of Sloan and Williams Law Office. 3. See Vincent Guccial at his bar. You also find her diary. The last entry reads, I spoke to Janet and Phyllis yesterday. I told them all about the photographs and the blackmail letters. They were full of good advice, but they don't know Cal's family the way I do. Maybe I'll talk to Cal about it at lunch tomorrow. In her pocketbook, there is a bank book for a joint account of Adrian and Cal. There's also a $50,000 check made payable to Vincent Guccial. The bank book shows a balance of $350,000 after a $50K withdrawal yesterday. The lab boys leave, promising to get a lab report to your desk within the next hour or so. Dr. Coswell tells the ambulance attendants to take her body to the morgue. He confirms that she died of manual strangulation and tells you there's skin under several of her nails. Obviously, she struggled with her killer. A preliminary autopsy will be on your desk as soon as he can get it there. To win, you must identify the murderer and explain the motive or give one piece of physical evidence to support your case. And everybody will start at Martha's Boutique. Whew. Okay. Let's begin with the briefing then. The initial call to homicide was 10:45 a.m.
All right.
And this time I'm going to bring
hold
up
on.
my...
Yeah.
I'll bring up my chat this time so that I can actually read what's going on here. And see how many snippets I can get of Robin criticizing professionals tonight.
Hey.
Okay, so body was found at 10:45.
Dispatch tells you a man called to report a dead woman at Sinclair Towers.
Okay. By a man. Okay.
When you arrive there, you find a dazed Calvin Burr sitting in the living room.
Okay. Cal, how do you spell?
Cal, C-A-L. That's Calvin Burr. B-U-R-R.
Okay.
Woman dead on bed in jeans and blouse.
Okay. Oh, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
In jeans and a blouse, you said?
Jeans and blouse, correct. Finger marks and dark bruises on throat.
Okay. Okay.
Status Calvin Burr in shock.
Okay. Okay.
We've already identified Adrian Bishop as the victim. Relationship, fiance.
Calvin Burr?
Yes.
Okay.
Profession, Bishop. Fashion model. High fashion photographic model.
Okay. Okay.
Cal was scheduled to pick up Adrian at 10 a.m.
And we found this by talking to him?
This was via interrogation of Calvin Burr, yes.
Yeah. Claims he was picking her up at 10?
10 a.m.
For
For
a
two.
shoot, right?
Yep, for two reasons. Number one, accompanied to photo session in park. Location letter S.
Okay.
Point 2, lunch at restaurant in the park. Location R.
Okay. Okay.
He came, doors open, she's dead.
He came, opened the door, and she was dead?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Person of interest, Janet McCaffrey. McAfry.
Janet McCaffrey?
No TE on the end, and one F. Right.
Okay.
And the other person of the same location would be Phyllis Purdy. Purdie.
Sorry, what?
Phyllis Purdy. Purdie. Another person of interest. You could probably make both of those into a single note. Under employment at Martha's Boutique.
Is that... what was their relationship to the victim?
Best friends since childhood. Right. Employment, Martha's Boutique. Location, M. For both of those.
Uh-huh.
And another best friend, Roberta Dormer. Dormer.
Roberta Dormer.
Yep. Her place of employment is the library. Location, letter H. Okay. Calvin also lives at Sinclair Towers.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
Might also note their apartment numbers. Adrian's is 15G. Calvin's is 10C.
Okay. What was her apartment?
Her apartment is 15G.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And Calvin's is 10C.
Okay.
The primary doctor for both of them is Dr. Resnick.
Oh, hey, this guy again.
Yes, where did we first meet him?
First case.
Robert O'Neill, exactly.
Alright, so he's both of their doctors?
The statement reads, on their way out, you ask the doctor if he took care of both Miss Bishop and Calvin. He says yes. Which, at least if it were me, I would assume primary physician.
Yeah. And we know where his office is.
There's a C before the K in Resnick.
Thank you.
And his office is letter P.
Okay.
Okay, next up, the following is from the search of the apartment.
Hold on just a moment.
And one other edit to make under victim's fiance. When Cal arrived, the door was already open. He didn't open it.
Yeah. Okay, what's next?
Okay. All right, so the following is from the apartment search. First up, appointment book with 3 entries for today's date.
Okay.
All right, first entry, photo session in park and lunch with Cal.
Okay.
Second, see Roland Williams of Sloan and Williams Law Office.
Hey.
We've been there too.
And where are they?
That is letter T.
Oops. Okay, and next?
And third, see Vincent Guancial, Guancial.
One more time?
Guancial.
Ah, yes.
At his bar. I assume you remember the joke behind the letters?
Yeah. Well, I remember that there was a joke. I didn't remember what the joke was. It was double A?
Yes, the joke was AA.
Ah, yes. And that's it.
All right, I'm gonna do you guys a solid here because
Victims.
Right. And just because this is gonna take a while to speak out such a verbatim entry again, I'm gonna do you guys this solid. There's her diary entry from the story. And after that, next item is her pocketbook. Within her pocketbook is a bank book for a joint account for them.
Gal or Cal?
Oh yes, it's been that typo pretty much since the beginning. Let's make Wonder Woman jokes here then.
Yeah. So what was that thing you said?
All right, so next item is her pocketbook, inside which there is a bank book with a joint account for them.
Okay. So her appointment book, diary, and what's this that we just found?
This is a bank book for a joint account for Adrian and Cal. I've been trying for years to find that key, Volty. It's simply not there. At least not on any keyboard in my country.
Hang on, let me write a thing here.
Mm-hmm.
Osaka, chat, stop trying to close the door. Okay.
Hmm.
I forgot a thing.
Adrian seems to have considered Cal's family dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a note about the bank book?
Yes, I put it up under murder scene. I listed that the appointment book, the diary, and bank book were found at the apartment.
Yes, I see.
The appointment book and the diary entries are down further because they're longer. All that we know about the bank book lists is that it lists the joint account for Adrian and Cal.
I see what you're doing. Okay. Next item is a check made payable to Guanchiao in the amount of $50,000.
Okay.
Huh.
Following a $50,000 withdrawal, the bank book shows a balance of $350,000.
Hold on, what?
Following a $50K withdrawal yesterday.
Okay.
Hey! Stop that! My cat is getting into mischief.
Mischief? Mischief?
Mischief.
Mischief?
Cat! I have a messenger bag open on the floor, and she likes being in said messenger bag. But there is stuff in said messenger bag. So she has to therefore take the things that are in the messenger bag out of the messenger bag before she can be inside the messenger bag.
Give me just a moment here.
Yep.
But I don't want her to take the things out of my bag. Oh, sucker.
After which, the bank book shows a balance of $350,000.
Yep.
Yeah, just to make distinction that it was 350,000 without, or after that 50,000 withdrawal. So basically, this check would drop it to 300. Except it never got given. And once you're done with your next note, I have the visual observation of the body. Okay. All right. Cause of death confirmed, manual strangulation.
That was confirmed before autopsy?
From this paragraph. The lab boys leave, promising to get a lab report to your desk within the next hour or so. Dr. Coswell tells the ambulance attendants to take her body to the morgue. He confirms...
The lab report's probably for the DNA of the skin under the fingernails.
He confirms that she died of manual strangulation and tells you there is skin under several of her nails. So as far as visual observation, manual strangulation is confirmed cause of death. Excuse me.
Okay.
Skin under several nails. Sorry,
Yes.
Go ahead.
No, I wrote down biological matter, including foreign skin, is present under the fingernails, indicating a struggle.
Good. Lab report and preliminary autopsy incoming.
All right, so we'll have to head back to base to pick that up.
Yep.
I think we should follow the money first.
Yep. And the win conditions again. Number 1, identify the murder. And 2, either explain the motive or give one piece of damning evidence to support your case.
Okay.
That having been said, off to the boutique.
So we start at the boutique.
Vimes, was it?
Yes.
Okay. Here are our choices, and begin.
I guess we should talk to our friends.
Okay. Do we want to speak to the owner first, or do we want to talk to the friends directly?
I think since we're here, we should talk to the friends.
Okay.
Sorry if you fell asleep, Volty. All right. Who would we like to speak with first?
Oh. Let's talk to Janet McCaffrey.
Okay. And here we go for our opening mouthful. 582.
Okay.
Adrian told me she was being blackmailed by Sandy Iserson. He's a photographer. So, person of interest. Sandy Iserson. E-I-S-E-R-S-O-N.
Could you spell that again?
E-I-S-E-R-S-O-N.
Iserson?
Iserson, yes.
How do you spell Sandy? With an I-E or a Y?
Y. As in the squirrel from SpongeBob.
Okay. Give me just one moment to write that in. P-O-I. Sandy Iserson.
In the meantime, enjoy the drooling mouth.
Possible blackmailer.
Okay, next, 602. He has a studio and an apartment at the Garden Apartments, letter Q.
Okay.
He?
He.
Sandy is a he.
Yes.
Every instance thus far has indicated he.
Okay. That one's written down.
When she was just breaking in, when she was 17 or so, she did a set of, well, indiscreet photos for him.
Okay. Yes. Also, so I'll write that down as also claims Adrian did some indiscreet work for him in the past. And then one quick thing. Uh-huh. Let me just do this. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's just something to keep in mind there.
He threatened to send them to Cal's family if she didn't give him some money. I advised her to tell Cal about it and then forget it.
Okay.
And the last one is nothing.
Yeah. To tell Cal and forget about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, next move.
Speak to Phyllis Purdy.
Yeah.
This looks much less so.
The sheer number of people connected to this one is daunting.
A little bit.
What was it?
We have a lot of people connected to this case.
Oh, yeah.
So it's just a bit daunting.
Yes, she mentioned the pictures to me. But yesterday she told me she was going to tell Cal everything at lunch today.
Well, it certainly doesn't look good for Mr. Sandy Iserson if she was a minor when it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Flips the blackmail right on its head.
She was a little worried because his family is so prim and proper, but she wasn't the type to let herself be blackmailed.
That's odd. So, Phyllis says that she's not the type to let herself be blackmailed. And yet, it's clear that somebody was blackmailing her. So, I think it's possible that Cal already knew about it, and he was paying the blackmail.
Did you want to make a speculation note before we continue? Still there, Caleb?
Caleb? Did you sit on your mute button?
Yes, I did. I'll let Robin do that. It's her speculation.
I think it's also possible that this Vincent don't know how to pronounce his name.
Guanxiao.
Guanxiao
Yeah.
was maybe blackmailing Cal for something, because there doesn't seem to be a connection as far as to Adrian.
So you're thinking there's a big money web of threats here?
Yeah, I think there's a spider web of interlocking things here. Otherwise, why would there be so many people connected to this one?
Indeed.
Interesting.
And make any notes you guys want to on that, and then we'll make the next move when you're ready. Spoder web of blackmail.
Yes.
For anybody who wasn't here last week, this was one of the most entertaining bits of the night. Was Robin's editorials.
Yo.
Yep. Alright.
And I think that the twist will be that Cal was the blackmailee.
So, okay, do we want to talk to Martha Faye and look through this place while we're here?
I don't really think so. I think the trails are going to be, because this was
a bit more obvious than that.
What?
A bit more obvious than that.
Yeah, I think this will ultimately be a waste of time, because this is just where she would talk to her best friends, correct? So I doubt there would be anything in. Is that what this is? What is this? Is this where she did photographs for?
This is Janet and Phyllis's place of employment.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're here to talk to her friends. We don't really have anything to link her to this location besides the personal
That her
connection.
just that her friends are here. Then I don't think there'll be anything worth looking at in here, because it doesn't say that she. They didn't say that she worked here for photographs, right? Because she was like a high fashion model, correct?
Yeah, nothing to indicate that in the story.
All right, then we can move on.
So far, the only indication.
I think we follow one of these money trails.
Yeah, so far the only indication we have as a work locale would be the park.
Yeah, so we have a few lines we can follow here. We can go back to Sinclair Towers and interview Calvin Burr further, but it's indicated that we already did that.
Well, it said that we could speak to him again, but he's in shock.
Okay, we can wait on that.
We might need to wait a little bit for that. We might need to wait until after the DNA test comes back.
We could see if forensics is done with their work.
I think we follow one lead and then we go look.
Alright, other things here. Yeah, there's...
We still have 1, 4, 5, and 6 if we choose to address them, or we can take foot bail elsewhere.
I think we're looking to go elsewhere.
Okay.
So the place she would be working next is the park, location S, and then they were going to go to the restaurant at R.
Okay, so where would we...
I think we need to follow the money.
Or we could... Well, there's two directions we could.
Yeah.
We could go and speak to her her last best friend at the library, H,
Mm-hmm.
or we could speak to the physician, Dr. Resnick at P, or she was going to see Roland Williams, the lawyer, at T,
Mm-hmm.
and also she was going to see. So the two money
Well.
leads are
Mm-hmm.
Vincent Guanchal at his bar, AA,
Mm-hmm.
or Sandy Iserson, the purported blackmailer, at Q.
Right. Hmm.
A lot of available leads here. If I count correctly, 7.
Well, we got the indication from her friends that Sandy Iserson is the one blackmailing her, but there was no indication that she gave into that blackmail and was just going to immediately reveal it to Cal.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the more interesting thing and the one that we have less information on is the Vincent Guanxiao thing
Mm-hmm.
because that's something that we definitely have hard evidence of her giving money to. The other
Well, her
50,000
or
was
Cal.
just
It's both of their
her or
accounts.
Cal, yeah. But there's this mystery $50,000, which I suspect
Right.
is Cal paying off Iserson.
Uh, if he's paying, that's possible. Although the check in the bank book was addressed to Vincent Guanchal.
Yes, but there's a further $50,000 that was drawn.
Right. So
There
who do
is
we see?
there is one thing I will say.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty rich coming from Adrian and Cal.
Ha ha.
I can't say anything useful. I'm the moderator and I know the answer.
Yeah. I mean,
I think we go
definitely
to the
well off.
bar and talk to Vincent.
Consensus
Alright.
on bar?
To the bar.
Okay. Here are our choices.
Bartender and barmaid might have something to say. They see. Bartenders and barmaids see and hear things.
Yeah.
Right.
Should probably talk to all of them.
Where would we like to start?
Let's just go down the line.
Okay.
So, Sal Madalena.
Well, this is not looking to be too good.
Okay.
461 is blank.
Okay.
75 is blank. 252 is blank. I think we know what's coming. Robin?
Worth it. Haha. That's fine. It was worth it. So now let's talk to Vincent.
All right.
Oh.
Yes, Miss Bishop had a check for me. It was a repayment of a loan I made her last year.
Huh. Okay.
Is that so?
Weird.
Hold on. Hold on just a moment.
Loan. They must be on pretty good terms in order for him to loan her $50,000.
This next clue may suggest something.
Okay.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that would be interesting.
Hmm.
What if Iserson went to both Cal and Adrian separately?
Shoot for twice the
order to-
payoff?
Mm-hmm.
But then they would each have a $50,000 deficit that they were responsible for and would wind up comparing notes.
Would they? Or would they keep trying to hide it from each other?
But how would they do that off a joint account with the same book?
Okay. I've taken notes.
Whoever's been telling you stories about me being a bookie is just flapping his gums. I'm a legit businessman.
Huh.
That's interesting. You know, as far as I'm aware, there wasn't really any indication of him being a bookie. Just
Okay.
that
There you go.
he had the
I have added.
$50,000 check.
I have added also definitely not a bookie in quotes because he just offered that information. We didn't know that.
That's true.
We could go over the books just to make sure his story lines up.
Yeah, it's true. That was not mentioned in
We
the
could.
story.
We could. You want to talk? We should probably do that now.
Go over the books?
Yeah.
Yeah, just because I just want to make sure there's record of the loan being given and then being paid back, basically.
Alright.
Tie up loose ends.
Right,
Yep.
let's take a look.
Because if there was never a loan given in the first place, then that immediately makes it suspect.
Right.
The books offer nothing of interest.
That's what?
As in, both of those numbers were nothing.
Okay.
That's
Well, we can search his
not...
office.
That's not right.
We can search his office while we're here.
Alright. Yeah, it's just if he had financial records, it should have some indication of that happening.
Right.
Because that's a lot of money to just be loaning someone without keeping record of it.
Sure is. His office is not a hot point either.
Alright. Well, let's check out the bar room.
Well, that's the shortest thing we've had all series.
I think I recognize that number as well.
Yeah, and there's a reason for that.
Alright, I guess we should go check out the...
Let's ask the barmaid.
I don't think there's anything here, Kay. I think we're just wasting our time.
That may be, but she might have heard something. You never know.
Consensus?
There was nothing linking anyone to that location or those people, that location to search, or the owner. We know for a fact that someone was going to go here, and more likely than not had already been here. The employee might have seen something.
Okay.
All right.
I doubt it, but I want to cross it off.
The point being is that if you doubt it, then it's probably something we should skip.
Robin's analysis was correct.
Alright.
Okay, at this point we should probably check to see the DNA analysis.
Alright, back to base.
I believe the police station is letter N. And if it's not, I can just go back. It is N, so we do want to go here?
Yes.
Okay. Well, here we go.
Okay, we already pretty much know what the autopsy is going to say. It's going to say she was strangled, correct?
That's what the story reads. The autopsy would just confirm it.
Yeah.
Or offer some...
Yeah. Look at the lab report first.
Okay.
Okay. The magnifying glass delivers the following. There was no sign of forced entry.
Alright. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
The skin under her nails registers as human and Caucasian.
Okay.
Do we want to know about the blow to the back of Snark's head?
Didn't we already figure that out?
Just kidding. Alright, what next?
Should we check the autopsy report to confirm cause of death?
I guess.
Actually, you may be glad that you did this.
Alright.
She was not sexually assaulted when she was killed. However, she had made love sometime within 24 hours of her death.
Interesting. Okay, that's interesting.
She died from manual strangulation sometime between 9 and 10 a.m.
Oh, that went to this one here.
Has anybody ever wanted to raise a pet stool pigeon?
I don't think so.
I mean, I can't say that I'm partial to any pets aside from cats myself. Although I did once have a bearded dragon.
Interesting.
So, do we want to talk to anybody or do we want to move on?
Do you think the blackmail angle might be a red herring?
It might be. Do we want to go talk to Cal?
Well,
Excuse me.
I don't know about talking to Cal yet. Right now, all we have is a possible speculation. Yeah, let's go. Well, yeah, let's go talk to him.
Okay, so relocate.
Yeah.
Destination coordinate.
Destination coordinate Y. Oh. We have two neighbors. And Calvin Burr.
Well, the bonds are in the linen closet. We know that already.
So, do we want to grill all of these guys and then go through the room?
I think that would be a good idea.
Alright, let's
Talking
go.
to the neighbors, because they would be able to hear if something went on.
Uh-huh.
Who's first?
Let's go down the line. Free to Liebman.
Okay,
Alright.
here we go. I was on my way out when I saw Mr. Burr going into Adrian's apartment last night. That must have been around 10 or so.
When did she die?
10:30.
9 to 10 a.m.?
9 to 10 a.m.
Yeah.
Body was found at 10:45 a.m.
Yeah, so this is presumably the night before the way the neighbor's talking.
Mm-hmm.
So wait, do we have a Speculated time, 9 and 10 a.m.
Correct. That's the speculated range time of death. Time range of death. Whatever order you want to say that in.
Okay.
Interesting. Alright.
And then Calvin was seen going in around 10 p.m. the previous night.
Okay, so that makes sense.
And next clue. No, it wasn't unusual. He often spent the night. After all, they were engaged.
Right.
Which is completely and utterly repeat.
Alright.
This morning I heard a terrible argument in there, sometime around 9.
Okay. Alright. Cool.
Right.
So now let's talk to Freddie Erickson.
Sometime around 9:30 this morning, I heard a lot of screaming in there. It sounded like a man and a woman arguing.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the blackmail is either a red herring or she decided to tell him early and he wasn't happy about it.
I didn't do anything about it at the time because I figured, what the hell, people argue.
Alright. Let's talk to Calvin Burr.
And reset notifications. There we go. I really don't know what else I can tell you. It was a terrible shock walking in on poor Adrian. How could such a thing happen?
Okay. Let's
Search the place.
Search the place.
Okay. Beginning where?
Master bedroom. What have we got in here?
We have nothing.
Nothing there. Let's check the linen closet.
Nothing.
Living room.
Bupkis.
Alright. Well, let's keep... So... What do you think? Do we keep following up the blackmail angle, or do we follow up on Calvin?
Honestly, there's the most evidence for Calvin at this point because he said the argument happened around 9:30 a.m. Time of death is 9 to 10 a.m.
And
there was no sign of forced entry.
And neither neighbor reported him coming out.
Right.
But he was there last night.
And they both seemed to think that it was just a couple spat.
But unconfirmed. We'll follow it up, see if we can figure something else out. On that line, we have her other friend we could talk to. We have their doctor, and we have the lawyer.
Well, we want to move somewhere, right?
Yeah.
That is correct. Who do you think we talk to?
Let's try the third friend.
Alright, that would be Roberta Dormer, works at the library, location H. Let's go. Who's Roberta Donner?
Presumably a manual typo.
Hold on. Alias.
I will be right back on that.
There.
Sure.
Alias Roberta Donner. So, I'll try to catch her up. I'll try to catch her up when she comes back. So, what have we got here? By the way, I'm trying to get into character by sticking a Pyroline in my mouth and pretending it's a cigar.
Nice.
Ugh. So, what have we? Thus far, all it's making me is gruff and lazy and monotone. Possibly not the best.
See, the best I get to do is be the chief here.
Mm-hmm. Ah, there we go.
Except that even being the chief could qualify as metagaming if I'm not careful.
Yeah.
Price I pay for trying to improve quality of
Well,
life.
Chief, what do you say? I think this is a blackmail case.
Don't worry, Chief. I'm always on duty.
I
boy.
loved that show so much.
I need to find that show.
I know.
Alright, so let's talk to Roberta Dormer, alias Roberta Donner. What have we got?
Adrian and I haven't spoken since we argued about her engagement to Calvin Burr.
Oh. Okay. Let me put that. I'm just gonna put that in. Alright.
I just peeked over to the other page from the clue that I'm looking at, and there's an extremely interesting clue there that I really hope we hit at some point in this series.
I have returned.
Okay.
Hello.
You just missed a doozy.
Adrian and I haven't spoken since we argued about her engagement to Calvin Burr.
Uh-huh.
Somebody didn't approve.
Alright.
Pray tell, why didn't you approve?
Let's take a look. Let's see.
Okay.
Brian Banatar. That is an awesome name.
I told her he was a compulsive gambler and that Vincent Guanchao was his bookie. Well.
So this is where we're supposed to get that information.
Somebody flapping her gums, I guess, if Guanchao is to be believed. Although we know how these mysteries work by now, nobody is to be believed, ever. I think Telcher was giving Jeanette all the... excuse me.
Alright.
Oh, juicy. She didn't believe me. She thought I was jealous because Cal and I were once engaged.
Aha. Okay.
Juicy. Like that mouth.
All of a sudden, I'm not so appetized. And the hits don't even end there.
Okay.
The joke of it is, she was only marrying him for his money and status. She never loved him.
Okay.
Well,
What is Caleb typing?
It's like you blow open a wall, you find this old man, and all he says to you is...
Go.
All he says to you is, leave your life for money.
Do you think it's worth checking around this place?
I really don't.
I don't either. Unless you think Cal paid visits to his old flame at some point, but nothing seems to indicate that yet.
No.
So where to next? We have... You want to keep following this? You want to keep following this up?
Want to try? Where else can we go at this point?
Well, we could go see their physician. Or we could, she was gonna go see a lawyer later today. We could go give him a talk, see what they were gonna speak about, see if we can see if he'll tell us what they were gonna speak about.
Legal dramas, medical dramas, good grief.
What do you think?
What's next? Restaurant dramas on the Food Network? Oh, wait.
We could go to the restaurant as well, but that's just the place they were going to go after the park.
Yeah.
And her photo shoot.
Yeah, there's not really an indication of that anyone knew who they were, or that they figured that they're often. I don't know. Alright, let's talk to the physician, I guess.
Alright.
Coordinate?
That'll be location P.
For physician.
Alright, let's talk to Dr. Resnick.
Resnick.
Dr. Resnick. Those don't look like good numbers.
When I got Calvin home, I decided to examine him and then give him something to calm him.
Alright.
Do they call that hopping down? Rather than being hopped up? Oh, here's an interesting piece of trivia.
Okay.
Rita Telcher knew about Otto's affair with Jeanette O'Neill.
Sorry, what?
I said Rita Telcher knew about Otto's affair with Jeanette O'Neill.
Well, I mean, that's neither here nor there, is it?
Not here, no. But I find it interesting that the wife knew this whole thing.
I mean, they usually do. She didn't seem to like him very much. That gives her a reason for it. Alright, anything else?
When I tried to take his blood pressure, he refused. I told him he was being silly. I'd taken it hundreds of times before.
Odd.
Okay.
I asked him if there was something wrong. He said no. His arm just hurt where his cat had scratched him.
Ah. I didn't see a cat in that apartment, did you?
No.
The cat!
The cat!
Okay. Anything
Except
else?
he was scratched.
The scratches didn't look like any cat scratches I'd ever seen. They were wider, more ragged.
Okay.
That's a piece of physical evidence.
Do we want to check anything out? Apparently all that happened at Cal's home, so what do you think? Do we check out the patient files? I doubt The X-ray room or the examination room would have anything, but maybe the patient files would have something else regarding Cal and or Adrian. Unlikely, but that's the only other thing we might be able to do here. What do you think? Check it out or skip it?
I'm sorry, what are we checking out? I was looking into what,
The patient files. Do we want to check that out, or... Apparently this examination took place at Calvin's home, but the patient files may have
I don't think
information.
I don't think that it would yield anything more interesting than what we've already learned.
I don't think so either. Alright. So...
Now, the conditions for victory for this.
Name the
Get the
I
murderer.
believe we're just find the murderer and either get the motive for it or a piece of physical evidence.
That's correct.
Alright.
And I think we have the murderer and a piece of physical evidence because we have the skin under her nails and we have a corresponding scratch on Calvin's arm.
Well, if
We
you'd
also
like...
know that the
Mhm.
what?
Go ahead.
Yeah, we also know that the neighbors did not see him see or hear him leave, but they heard an argument around the time of death.
So we want to declare the case?
I think we can,
Well,
Do you
in
want to
because
that...
that's what the victory conditions were.
Well, in that case, I did a stupid and bypassed the choice. So,
What?
well, I wound up hitting enter twice by mistake here and going back
Oops.
to the menu options. So if we do one more of literally anything aside from move, I can get it back up.
Okay.
Okay.
So do we want the patient files just for kicks and then we make declaration?
Sure.
All right. Not that we're playing for rank anyway. By the way, those are worthless. Escape. Okay. Murderer.
Mr. Calvin Burr.
And motive and or evidence.
The skin under her nails and the corresponding scratch mark on his arm that does not look like cat scratch, looks to be ragged and wider, which is corresponding to human nail marks.
Fascinating theory. Is that it?
Phew.
Nice going.
Very nice.
Professional detective. You
Not
solved
the
this.
best. Go ahead.
You solved this case in good time. You might have been a shade too thorough, but all in all, it was a good, conscientious job.
No, not thorough enough.
Why?
Are you talking by modern definition?
Yeah, by real case standards, it's quite flimsy, but yeah.
All right. Let me bring up the solution reading so I can do this.
However, it probably wouldn't be that difficult to match the skin to the murderer.
Doesn't solutions.
He doesn't really have an alibi.
Okay, so
Flimsy. It's a simple matter to prove that he didn't go back home.
Yep, so Calvin Burr was the murderer. We got the evidence. Describe the scratches on Burr's arms or back as evidence to support your charge. The motive reads as, an argument over money/gambling led to the unintentional murder. The motive was the white-hot passion of the argument.
Okay.
And as for the epilogue, Vincent Guanciale was holding gambling markers for $50,000 from Calvin Burr. Calvin told Guanciale that he was tapped out, but was waiting for a trust fund check due the following week. Guanciale didn't trust. Oh, good grief! I must learn to read. Maximum brightness. Guanciale didn't trust or believe Burr, so he called Adrienne Bishop, Burr's fiancée, and told her that if she wanted Cal in one piece at their wedding, she'd better cover his debt. She agreed on the condition that Guanciale would no longer accept Cal's what's this word? You know what, that's it. Before next episode, I'm just going to write these out.
Okay.
Would no longer accept Cal's bets. Got it.
Okay.
Guanciale agreed. Burr came over to Adrienne's that night. The next morning, before Cal dressed, Adrienne told him that she was meeting Guanciale that afternoon and paying him off. But Cal was either going to have to give up gambling or she would leave him. They had a violent argument, which ended with Burr killing her. During the struggle, Adrienne scratched Burr's back and arms, but his shirt covered the scratches when he dressed.
Okay.
Well, good job, guys. 4-0.
Alright, so that's that.
All right. With that, let me move back up to case number 5. Claude Finley, city clerk. And I think you guys will be happy to know that this story is much, much shorter than the previous stories was.
Oh, good lord, thank goodness. That prompt the last time was like ages long.
I know. Made for a fun briefing, though, didn't it?
Oh my gosh.
Whoa.
A call comes into homicide at 12:30 in the afternoon. At noon, Claude Finley, a clerk at the municipal building, left for lunch. At about 12:15, as he was crossing the street in front of the building, he was run down and killed by a green Ford. 3 witnesses claim that the hit and run was deliberate. They say the Ford was standing by the curb alongside the warehouse, across from the library. When Finley was a little more than halfway across the street, it suddenly accelerated and aimed right for him. The Ford has been found illegally parked in front of the church cemetery. A check of the hot sheet shows that it had been reported stolen yesterday. When you arrive at the scene, Patrolman Leary tells you that Claude Finley worked in City Councilman Peter Johnson's office. He gives you the names of the 3 witnesses and where they can be found. They are Dory Smith and Roberta Donner, both of whom work at the library, and Fred Bellman, owner of Bellman's gas station. You are called to your car radio. The dispatcher reports a call from Frank Connors, a reporter on the News Herald, who claims to have important information on the case. And that's the story. So, in order to win, first condition, as always, identify the murderer. And secondly, give one piece of solid evidence that ties that person to the crime. So,
okay.
you guys know what the hot sheet is, right? Or if you
Yeah.
don't, here's what it is.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody will be starting.
Yes, I know what the hot seat is.
Everybody will be starting at the municipal building. So, briefing time. Initial call, 12:30 p.m.
Hold on. Who's the victim?
Victim is Claude Finley, Finley. City clerk.
Alright.
Initial call, 12:30 p.m.
Okay. When?
This was 12:30 p.m. is the initial call.
Cool.
12 p.m. Victim leaves municipal building for lunch.
Alright.
So the time the death was reported and when it happened should probably be about the same time because there were 3
Right.
witnesses.
Roughly, yeah. Municipal building, location I.
Thank you. Got it.
Approximately 12:15, as he was crossing the street in front of the building, run down and killed by Green Ford. So, 12:15 p.m. reported run down by Green Ford in front of building.
Uh-huh.
A hot green Ford.
I mean, there was nothing else to say what shade of green.
Note the capitalization.
Hot green Ford.
Yes.
Yes. Very good. Good
No
use
question
of...
my note taking. It saves space and time.
Yes, indeed. 3 witnesses claim deliberate...
Man, that was an amazing sentence.
Yeah. 3 witnesses claim deliberate hit and run.
Right.
And they say the Ford was standing by curb alongside warehouse.
Okay.
Sudden acceleration and aimed right for him.
Right.
So an intentional hit and run.
Yes. Ford found illegally parked in front of church cemetery.
Alright.
Is forensics looking into that? Probably not.
Forensics has not been mentioned.
Okay.
Okay.
Church cemetery location BB.
As long as the church is nearby, maybe somebody there would have seen who parked it there.
And cemetery spelled with 3 E's. Yep. Witness report. Dory Smith and Roberta Donner, both library.
How do you spell those?
Smith, as sounds. Huh?
First name.
Oh, first name, Dory, Dory.
Thank you.
And Roberta, as sounds.
Uh-huh.
Whether you choose to mark her as Donner or Dormer is your call.
Uh-huh. Hold on just a moment.
Yep. Yeah, get another poi witness down.
Copy. Okay.
And there is also a Fred Bellman, Belman, owner of the gas station at location W.
Okay. Done. Ready? All right. Have all the witnesses ready?
Mm-hmm. And dispatch reports call from Frank Connors, Conners, a News Herald reporter. And the News Herald is location O.
Huh. Hang on. He works where?
He works at the News Herald, location O.
Okay.
And once again, winning conditions, identify murder, one piece of solid evidence. And with that, off to the municipal building.
All right. Take a look.
Here are your choices, and begin.
Well, whoever killed him obviously knew him, so we might as well give his place of work a full rundown.
Down the line?
Because according to multiple witnesses, he was waiting.
Hang on. Wait. We should check motor vehicle records to see who the truck belonged to originally. Then
Before it was stolen.
Yeah, because then we might have an idea of who stole it if we talk to them.
Good plan.
Alright, so that was check vehicle records?
Yeah.
Well, the vehicle records bring you the following. Johnson owns a two-tone blue Cadillac. The license plate number is 954CCM.
Interesting information.
doesn't seem
Do we want to
relevant.
just move on then?
I'll write it down anyway, just in case.
All right.
How's that?
Okay, so
Blue Cadillac.
Johnson owns a two-tone blue Cadillac. License plate available on request.
Okay.
Oh, you need it now? You ready? 954 CCM.
M?
M, as in Mary. I should rememorize the phonetic alphabet just for such a situation. Plowman owns a black Lincoln Continental.
Who?
Plowman. That's all it says is Plowman.
Okay. Owns a...
Black Lincoln Continental. License plate available when ready. 713 CSG.
Head. Right.
Well, that's it. I'm just waiting for the note to hit.
713.
CSG.
Alright.
Okay.
Anything else?
Sinclair owns a black Bentley.
Ooh.
License,
Well then.
license plate when ready. 1470S.
0S what?
That's it. That's all it gives me. I suspect that that's incomplete, but I have no way of confirming that for you.
Okay, so nothing about the stolen green Ford. Shall we interview people before we look around some more, or should we look around a bit?
Didn't Peter Johnson have something to do with this case?
Let me.
I mean, he's a city councilman, and he works here at the same place.
I feel like his name was mentioned in the briefing.
Yes, it was. Give me 1 second to tell you
Where?
exactly where.
Was anyone else mentioned?
When you arrive at the scene, Patrolman Leary tells you that Claude Finley worked in City Councilman Peter Johnson's office. So the mention of Peter Johnson just amounts to who the victim worked for.
Right, but he might have some indication of any enemies that his employee might have. So we should probably interview him.
So you want to talk to the boss?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay. Yeah, let's talk to him.
Experiment 626. I was shocked to hear about Claude. I was lunching with Judge Tanner when Penny called me and told me what happened. Terrible tragedy.
Okay.
And the rest is empty.
He was having lunch with Judge Bruce Tanner, you said?
Correct, Judge Tanner.
Should we talk to the other people in here? 'Cause, like, maybe they would have worked with him and known him.
Well, Marlo
Not only
did.
that, but they can confirm Peter Johnson's story.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marlo made the call to Mr. Johnson, and Judge Tanner is his alibi.
And in a way, so is Penny Marlowe.
So what do we want to do?
Let's talk to them. You want to go down the line, or do you want to prioritize the judge?
We can go down the line.
Okay.
Get the same numbers anyway.
Penny Marlowe it is.
Councilman Johnson was having lunch with Judge Tanner when I called to tell him what happened.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Alright.
And Judge Bruce
And
Tanner?
I'm- Peter and I had just about finished eating when he got a call from his secretary. She told him one of his clerks had been... Clerks? One of his clerks... No, I'm sorry. One of his Kents has been killed. Anyway, y'all know what I mean, and that's the only thing he says.
Uh-huh.
I assume with that you want to try solving the case.
These people are singularly unhelpful.
Well, we can look over at Johnson's office while we're here. We have 2 witnesses. He's a powerful individual, and he has 2 witnesses corroborating his alibi, but we can look it over.
Sure.
Discreet like.
So look over Johnson's office.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Nope.
Hold on just a moment.
Oh, Caleb, there's a problem in your notes.
Oh?
Penny didn't come in. Penny called them.
Uh-huh.
Good catch.
So wait, where was Penny at the time then?
I don't believe that was said.
Okay.
But bearing in mind that at that time there are only so many locations from which somebody could make a phone call. Next move.
I don't think examining the death certificates is going to have much of an impact on
No,
it.
I don't think so either.
Unless his death certificate is already there.
That won't really help. He got hit by a car.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's already there, they knew he was going to die. I seriously doubt they would make that sort of mistake. We can move on.
I was going to say, I can't tell whether you're grasping or just being a troll.
No, that would be a pure grasp.
Alright, so...
I only bring it up because, like, that wouldn't even be something that would occur to people. I don't think.
Yeah.
So, we've got 3 main we got 3 main lines of inquiry here. We can either follow up the car, see if we can nail down who stole it. We could interview each of the witnesses individually to see if they all match as much as they seem to, or have any other information. Or we could go see this potential tip from the reporter. What do you think?
I say you follow your thing right now, because I'm kind of...
My gut, that is?
Yeah.
Wait, what is it? Are you good?
Alright.
Is you
Just a
good?
little spaced out right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we want to call it an early night after this case?
Possibly. We'll see how I feel after this one.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so we want to relocate. I believe I heard that much.
Yeah. Well, if I know my... Yeah. The good policeman-like thing to do would be to follow up that car. However, if I know my mystery novels, we need to check out that potential tip before he dies.
All right. Destination coordinate.
Oh, the News Herald. Alright, let's talk to Frank Connors. Oh, okay.
We've been running accounts of Councilman Johnson's misdeeds for the last 6 months.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Okay, for the last 6 months, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
We've already exposed 4 of his construction payoff deals.
Uh-huh.
We're almost ready to report on his 2 latest and most blatant ones.
For what?
Wait, what do you need clarification for?
He claims to have exposed for what?
Construction payoff deals. And they're almost ready to report on his 2 latest and most blatant ones.
Uh-huh.
Sounds like somebody might be numbering his days if he's already been doing this.
Uh-huh. Okay. Anything else?
Claude Finley was our inside man. He'd been feeding us the dope on Johnson. Listen, I gotta run. Talk to Bowman. He can fill you in on anything I missed.
Alright.
Yeah.
So, let's see, another POI. Alright. Let's talk to John Bowman.
A couple of days ago, Mr. Finley called. I spoke to him.
Okay.
He told me he had hard evidence on one of our 2 remaining payola deals. It would put them right out of business. And I'm assuming that's payoff, not payola.
Uh-huh.
Nah, I want to know who this up-and-coming construction company Payola is.
Well, they have another alias, which I can provide on the next clue.
Alrighty.
So what exactly is he paying off these construction guys for?
He wouldn't name the firm until he was paid, but it had to be either Texas Construction or Sinclair Builders. Texas Construction is letter L, and Sinclair, of course, is letter Y.
See, I don't like this.
Why you say?
Cause the game is like giving us a choice of one of these 2 things, and if we pick the right one, by luck, it's gonna reward us with a better score, you know? So it's like, that's a little skeevy.
Mm.
So what were those two options?
Texas Construction, letter L, or Sinclair Builders, letter Y.
Okay. Well.
Well, maybe something would come up in one of the searches to answer that question of luck.
So do we want to check the back issues or the press room for any of this? I don't think there'd be much evidence of it.
So I'm going to say something, and I just want to bring it up because
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be able to say I called it if I indeed did call it.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I think Penny Marlowe did it. Think about it. We don't have an alibi for her, but she claims to have known about the crash and called the councilman about it.
Mm.
It's possible.
And we don't know where she was at the time.
Mm-hmm. It is definitely possible.
And although phones were scarce at the time, payphones most certainly would have been a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was thinking we have the no longer time-sensitive information on board. I think we start doing police work now. Do you think we should try and do you think we should check out the car?
I do.
I think we should too.
So we're gonna relocate.
Yeah.
Destination:
Double B.
the Church of St. Peter.
Alright.
Oh, good. There's some. Ooh, the cemetery caretaker will probably have some information.
So we want to talk to Boris where?
Yeah, let's talk to Boris. Boris.
Ooh.
Yeah, because he's most likely to be there when nobody else is.
There was a big black car illegally parked in front of the cemetery all morning.
Big black car, huh?
There's a black Lincoln Continental owned by a certain person.
There's a black Bentley owned by Sinclair as well.
They're both big black cars, I guess.
Bentleys are a decent size, I guess. Hold on.
Yeah, I was thinking the Continental because it would be bigger. Correct?
I think so.
Let's go to Google to help us with this.
About what time was this game made?
1983.
Section 83 Lincoln Continental. Huh?
May I request
83 Lincoln Continental.
84. Sorry.
84 rather.
You know, there are still 5 clues that may anti-necessitate Google search.
Well, yes, but it would still be fun to have a visual. I want pictures of these cars because I like old cars.
Fair. All right.
Copy image. Okay, so this is the Continental.
Okay.
And we're looking for a Bentley.
No model given, but... yeah.
What are the Bentley models? Okay. There's the Bentley Continental, there's the Bentley Mulsanne, the Bentley Flying Spur, and the Bentley Bentayga Hybrid, which I don't think was a thing back then.
Here.
Let's try Continental.
Oh.
84 Bentley Continental. Let's see.
Okay. Quite nice. Of course, we are assuming these are new, but it just gives us a good metric of what they were
It
like at
doesn't
the
look
time.
as big, but we'll see about that. It could be something else.
Hmm.
We don't actually know what the model of the Bentley is.
Uh-huh.
Mulsanne is another sedan.
Right.
And the Flying Spur.
Okay.
Ultra luxury sedan. 1984. Let's see if that was a thing. Let's see. 1984 Bentley models.
So. Just gonna do this real quick.
Yeah, so it looks like the only models that Bentley had in 1984 were the Mulsanne and the Continental.
Okay. So probably the Continental.
More than likely, although the Continental has a, what'd you call it? Let me look at it. It's an open-topped car.
Uh-huh. I mean, this is a real estate mogul.
And the Bentley Continental was considered a sports car.
Okay. What about the other one?
The
Excuse us for
Mulsanne,
going off on a tangent.
Oh, no worries.
the Bentley Mulsanne is a performance luxury car which was produced by Bentley Motors Limited from 1980 until 1992. Though derivative models like the Continental T and Azure continued production into 2000. The name Mulsanne is derived.
Do we have a picture of that one?
Yes.
How's it look?
I mean, I think it looks like a car.
Yeah, this is the Mulsanne.
Okay, that's pretty sizable.
So it could be either of them.
Want to post a picture of the Continental just so we have an idea?
Yeah, give me a second. Bentley Continental. This is 1956.
1984 Bentley Continental.
1938. 57.
You want to make
Here's in 1988.
you want to make sure the enthusiasts are not hungry when they're looking at these models. You know why?
Here's a 1988.
Why?
Because
I can't
otherwise,
find a picture of an 84.
because otherwise it might be a continental breakfast for them.
Hey!
Ah!
Okay, so, what else do we find out?
Yeah, I don't think it was the Continental Bentley because he probably would have described it as an open-topped big black car if that was the case. He only described it as a big black car. Without any other distinguishing features to him.
Right.
So it was more than likely one of those things. So it could be either.
What else we got?
Unless, of course, we find out later that it was in fact a Mulsanne. Which, since we weren't given a make, could be the case.
They were given a make, not a model.
Or a model, rather. if we find out what the model is later,
Right.
then that could give us an indication of what car was there.
Okay.
All right, continue. Sorry.
Oh, no
Sorry
worries.
for that little divergence.
Hey, no worries. I mean, it sounds like it helped you feel better here.
Hello, kitty.
Around 12:15, 12:20, I saw this green car pull up. The one you say is stolen.
Okay.
A man got out and drove off in the black car. The one that had been parked illegally.
Mm.
I'm pretty sure about the time. I was getting ready to go to lunch and call the police. I was going to complain about the black car, but it had been moved. I don't know much about cars, but I did write the license plate down, if that would help. It was 713 CSG.
DSG.
CSG.
Oh.
Ah, so that confirms it as the Black Continental, owned by Plowman.
Yeah.
Which one's Plowman?
I don't think we've actually gotten dossier on him.
Yeah.
Let me check the story.
We haven't yet heard of him.
We have not. But consider the winning criteria.
What is the criteria?
The criteria is identify the murder and explain one piece of solid evidence that ties the person to it.
Mm. We don't have a first name, but we do have a license plate, which would identify him anyway. So we just gotta find this guy. And really, we can get police to do that, not necessarily detectives. We can just basically we can just say it's this guy and then put out a warrant for him. Correct?
I don't know. We
Proceed.
just say that it's Plowman. That's kind of...
Procedurally, that's accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we could just say it's this Plowman guy, and we have the hard evidence because he was seen. We have a witness that claims that he drove the green truck or the green car up to the car that is registered to him and drove away.
Would you like to declare the case,
Although, we could declare the case, but if the green car is stolen, do we know if the Black Continental was stolen? It would be on the hot list if it were, correct?
theoretically?
It would be. Theoretically, yeah. If it was reported.
Mm-hmm.
And if it wasn't, returned recently.
Mm-hmm. Did we have access to the hot list at any point?
Before the case.
Just before the case?
Yeah.
Let me go back to the story and give you a full answer here.
Well, it just said that the green car was on the hot list.
Yes, a check of the hot sheet shows that it had been reported stolen yesterday. That's all that is mentioned about it.
Right. What do you think, Kay?
We could go out on a limb here. We could. Now, here's my hypothesis. The 3 names mentioned in the vehicle records were Peter Johnson, the man who was supposedly facilitating build construction payoffs illegally. A Sinclair, who was one of the individuals the reporters mentioned as who's for at least a Sinclair owns a black Bentley, and Sinclair was the name of one of the construction companies that it could be. What if Plowman belongs to the other construction company, Texas Construction? This is me more using the game mechanics against.
That's true. So do you think we should look into Texas construction then?
Wouldn't hurt to stop by.
So you guys want to continue?
I'll continue for a little bit, yeah.
Okay. Next move?
Let's go to... Well, do we want to go through the cemetery quick before we do anything?
I mean, if anything, like, is the car still there? Probably
yeah, possibly.
not.
The Continental?
Yeah, no, the
Ford.
green one.
Unknown at this point.
I guess it doesn't terribly matter because it was stolen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we check the Texas police.
Okay. So relocation.
Because you're right. If it's Sinclair that owned the other car.
And then Peter, and then Councilman Johnson, who was in business with him. This is me more going out on a hunch here.
Destination?
That would be destination L. It's probably nothing, but I want to check in. Hey!
Plowman! Alright. Okay. So...
Well, we have to make at least one move before we can activate the choice to present.
Let's interview
Okay.
Tex Plowman. Hold on.
Mhm.
There we go. I have changed his title as a POI.
Mm.
Okay.
He has not. Yes, he has gone from maybe involved to owner of Lincoln.
Mm.
Okay, I'm good.
You ready?
Am I?
I mean, you tell me.
I think it's my turn to use the bathroom. Robin, could you please take over? I am dreadfully sorry.
Okay.
I will be right back.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, Robin.
I am ready.
I don't know if I ever met Claude Finley. I know Pete Johnson has sent him over here a couple times.
Pete? Who's Pete?
Have a cigar? A friend picks them up for me in Europe. They're the very best Cuban. Just don't tell the FBI.
Of course he does. Tex. Of course he does.
I'm proud of Texas Construction. We only build the best. That's why we are the best.
Arrogant.
And that's it.
Alright.
So, now what?
Well, I think we have sufficient evidence to connect them to the murder.
Okay.
Even without the obvious scandal we have on our hands, I think we can book this guy for the murder as soon as Caleb comes back.
Okay. Yes, a decision like that, I definitely must have consensus.
And I think the fact that he has these expensive cigars from Europe that he gets from a friend is a little suspicious.
Do you not smoke?
I do not.
I don't either.
Well then.
Cigar? Cigarette? Eddie Valiant.
Bleh.
Another wonderful film.
But yeah, if he's getting stuff and he being paid off by a certain affluent politician,
Are you suggesting he took action to protect his status?
maybe. Maybe he just likes money.
I mean, to be fair, who doesn't like money? Money
Well,
is good.
apparently.
Money is good. Greed is what's bad.
Apparently Mr. Claude Finley didn't care much for it.
I suppose not. But if we're being fair, Claude Finley does not care for much of anything these days.
Well then.
uh,
Yeah, we like honestly, we could follow up the Pete thing, but I think it's unnecessary at this point.
I am seeing references to a bedpan in some of these clues.
Ew.
Yeah. One can only hope that these clues are related to a past case and we dodge some kind of red herring bullet. As we await the return of our good friend Caleb, the future is coming. After completing probably just the first game, Robin has a game for us. We is playing a certain sequel of a certain game next, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will need to go through that and make sure cutscenes are running appropriately because they weren't the last time I was playing it. Although that might have had something to do with my stupid internal graphics card needing to be updated for whatever reason. That had anything to do with my good graphics card needing anything, but it didn't. So, you know.
Yes.
So hopefully that fixed it, but I will test it to be sure before we end up back at that again.
Now there are two possibilities for when this happens. Because this is a fairly short game, we could decide to play the second, or we could await the second until after Dark Cloud 2, and whichever... Actually, Caleb also has a sequel to offer us, I believe.
Yes.
It's going to be an entire round of sequels. Each of us has a game that's got another game after it.
Yay!
Nothing has to change. Hooray!
Oh my gosh. My kitties are here. No, don't leave.
Oh, hi Meeper. Hi Osaka.
Meeper's over there. Osaka's over there. Osaka, come here.
But is anybody over here?
Osaka. They're not coming. They don't like me.
If it makes you feel any better, kitties don't like anybody. Kitties merely tolerate us. For reasons...
They keep telling themselves that.
For reasons of feeding, of the squeakening. And the meowing. How about you fine folks out there? Do you like kitties or puppies or other?
Boop. Boop, 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 boop. I actually prefer large dogs to small dogs.
Yes, I would. I do not like the prospect of a small pet getting stuck in some crevice that I cannot reach.
Yeah, mine's just because I was chased down the street by a dachshund when I was a child.
Ah,
That was not fun.
I imagine not. Did the Doberman catch you?
It did not.
Oh, good. See, those who know me, have met me personally, know that I am not a particularly high energy person. I would not be able to put up with the energy of a super energetic dog. At least not for particularly long periods of time.
Yeah. Caleb, you're taking a very long time.
The next advent that needs to happen in the world are desk chair toilets, all rigged up with pipeline and convenient not having to get up. Actually, that might be a problem. If Wall-E is any indication, too much technology may destroy us.
Kitty, come here.
See, here's what you do. You make the chairs comfortable enough to sleep in, you rig them up to the plumbing, you set up food replicators that provide nourishment. You have a job that allows you to work from home. And guess what? All of a sudden, you're never leaving your room again.
Or you just get a standing desk.
True, but then that eliminates the plumbing.
Yes, but then you're already standing, so it eliminates the need to get up in the first place. So you can just walk.
Fair.
Yay, Kitty came to say hi.
Hello, kitty.
Kitty likes scritches.
My kitty, for some strange reason, enjoys being brushed.
Aww, that's sweet.
Not
Amber's here now.
Not only does she enjoy being brushed, she enjoys rubbing her chin on the bristles.
Aw, that's nice.
Now, one might think that might hurt, but it doesn't seem to. It seems to be pleasant for her.
Aw, so sweet. Does she like a boar hair brush or the ones with the plastic brushes?
She likes the boar hair.
Ah.
Yep, she gets her brushing every night after she takes her thyroid medication.
Nice. I like boar hair brushes.
I can't say I've ever used such a brush on myself, so I can't say.
Yeah. They are prickly but rather soft. Caleb.
I mean, she seems to like it, so anything else beyond that is not a particular concern of mine.
I've accidentally unplugged my microphone.
Whoops.
Oops.
Caleb, buddy, pal, friend.
Caleb.
I do enjoy these red glasses. Had these on for one of my work meetings last week, and everybody looked at me like I was crazy.
So what have we got?
Robin would like to declare the case.
Oh, okay. What's up?
Are you
So
in?
he mentioned a Pete guy, but that doesn't matter. He
Well,
also mentioned.
Peter Johnson. That's the councilman, Peter Johnson.
Ah, even more damning evidence.
Mm-hmm.
He apparently has some fancy cigars from a friend that's been to Europe.
Oh. Interesting. So, okay, that's it.
So are you
And
in?
he's arrogant.
And he's arrogant.
So are you in agreement with declaring the case?
Sure.
Well, we now have a first name along with our last name. The murderer is Tex Plowman. We have direct evidence that places him in the vehicle, which is the murder weapon.
And what exactly is this evidence?
That he
That it was
was.
his car that was being used. I
Yes.
think is what you're.
Yes, but what's the mark
Yes.
that distinguishes that fact?
The license plate.
Yeah, the license plate. The license plate.
That's what I needed to hear.
Okay.
And you just picked up the best rank in the game.
Yay!
So congratulations on that one.
And we've also gotten enough evidence to implicate the councilman as well.
Especially if he decides to if Tex here decides to take a plea bargain.
Exactly.
You solved this case in the shortest possible time while still doing a thorough job of detecting. Congratulations on a job well done, Mystery Master.
Yay!
Nice going, guys. All right.
I think I could do one more.
Alrighty. Let me bring my book. Well, first let me bring my manual to case 6, and then I still have a couple of case ending formalities to deal with here.
Okay.
Name Tex Plowman as the murderer, which you did. And the evidence indicated says interview Boris Weir, who saw and wrote down the license plate of the car in which Plowman drove away. It was his. So, yeah, there you go. And finally, the story to close the case. Glasses on, brightness up. Here we go. The Texas Construction Company, owned by Tex Plowman, was in trouble. It was in the middle of a huge construction project for the city, but the only way it could keep costs under its bid was to use cheaper materials than this crappy freaking light that continues to fade out. Use cheaper materials than those required by the specifications. So Texas Construction made a payoff deal with Councilman Johnson, their standard operating procedure when in a bind. Tex Plowman was very concerned about the exposés the News Herald had been running on Johnson's activities. If Texas Construction's latest payoff came to light, the project would go down the tubes, and Texas Construction would be bankrupt.
Right.
When Lenny Yarrow told Plowman that Finley had been looking over the books, Plowman put 2 and 2 together and realized that Finley was the News Herald's source of information. Plowman then realized that unless he acted quickly, Texas Construction was through.
Okay.
And that is the sad, sad story of Claude Finley.
So sad.
The whistleblower was run over by a car.
Mm-hmm. All right. And
Because remember, snitches get rewards.
Yes, remember, snitches are... Excuse me. All right. Next up. Case number 6. Lisa Fenton, runaway housewife.
Okay, so let's see. Lisa Fenton?
Correct. Fenton.
Insert obligatory Danny Fenton joke here.
A call came into homicide at 8:05 a.m. Lisa Fenton has been found dead in the family pool at 19 North Street by her husband, Dr. Sheldon Fenton. When you arrive at the scene, the lab boys are fishing a young-looking woman out of the pool dressed in black lingerie. You guess her age at between 25 and 30. Her husband tells you she was 38. He takes you through the glass door off the patio and into the living room. With a resigned sigh, he begins telling you about his wife. 2 months ago, she ran off with Rip Thornton, a country and western singer who had been in town for a week. 3 days ago, she came home claiming she'd had enough running around and was ready to settle down for good. Before she had run off, she'd had a series of lovers stretching back almost 10 years. Her latest, before the cowboy, was Keith Scully, a chemist who worked under Fenton at Telcher Chemical. Fenton had never really blamed Lisa for her behavior. He'd married Lisa when she was very young, and there was a 17-year difference in their ages. He stated that Lisa had seemed pretty shook up when she split up with Thornton, and that she had been visiting their family doctor, Resnick, regularly since she returned home. Sharon, Fenton's 18-year-old daughter, comes in and sits next to him, taking his hand in hers. You go back out to the pool. Dr. Coswell has sent the body off to the morgue. He tells you that there was no sign of violence on the body. His preliminary autopsy report will be on your desk as soon as he can get it there. And that's the story. The winning conditions are as follows. Discover whether Lisa Fenton committed suicide, died accidentally, or was murdered. If it was suicide, explain her reason. If it was accidental, describe the surrounding circumstances. If it was the murder, name the murderer and give the motive. So.
Well, we need to rule out suicide or accident at this point.
Yeah, let's cover.
First.
Yeah, let's cover a full briefing here. We'll go over all of that in detail.
Yeah.
All right. You have your title there. Good.
If it was suicide or accident, the evidence would be apparent. So we should look at the pool and areas.
Well, first things first, I need to get the victim's notes down, so...
I have a hunch about what's gonna happen here, but I don't think I like the direction it's going.
Alright. With that, let's begin the briefing.
So,
Victim...
Let me just do a thing here real quick.
Okay. Yes, very good.
Yeah,
Initial call, 8:05 a.m. Come.
When you went in to reboot the router, you turned my light on.
Sorry.
I was like, I don't remember leaving my light on. Oh wait, it's in here.
Sorry, my bad.
It's all right. Love you.
Love you too.
Yeah, Andrew, why would you be a responsible person and turn off lights when you're done using them? No.
Listen here.
I'll give a... I'm going to give one... No, I'm not going to do that joke.
No, please do. Let's hear it. I'm very interested.
Hang on. I'm just going to do this real quick. Cut. And I will paste that in just a moment after I post this note, and you get to see the joke.
Oh no! Caleb, you're terrible! I mean, it's true, but that's terrible!
Also, correction. That's Dr. Sheldon Fenton to you.
there we go. Better? Well, better?
Oh, Lord. I think the internet needs to know what you typed.
Before he edited to say suffering husband.
No, I don't think the internet needs to know this, Andrew.
That's the kind of.
I don't think the internet needs to know.
Good Lord, that's the kind of thing I would say on my show.
Exactly.
Oh, my gosh.
Yes, that was specifically a joke for you.
Well, gee, thanks.
You're welcome.
Oh, good Lord. Okay. Anyway.
Yes, let's get out of this rabbit hole. Initial call, 8:05 a.m.
All right. Reported at 8:05 m.
Let's just relax and turn on the radio. Would you like am or fm? Or, now that we're in the 21st century, would you like zoom instead? Oh, man, we're never going to get out of this.
We really aren't.
Victim found dead in pool. Address 19 North Street.
Okay.
Location letter B.
19 North Street.
Yeah, letter B. Was found by suffering husband here.
All right.
Dressed in black lingerie.
Uh-huh.
Age 38.
Okay.
Looks 25 to 30.
Okay.
2 months prior, ran off with country singer Rip Thornton.
Okay, hold on just a moment. That's part of Sheldon's
Oh yeah, Sheldon's interrogation.
testimony.
Yeah, sorry about that. I can't shake that. And if I don't focus, this is going to get to the level of Crocagator.
Oh, no.
Rip Thornton?
Yes, Rip Thornton. Thornton. Literally Thornton.
Let me write him down as a person of interest.
Yep.
Do you have something to say, Caleb?
No, I don't.
Do you have something to type, Caleb?
Oh no. Oh no.
There. I behaved myself.
Possible latest known affair.
Help.
Hey, there might have been another affair that he didn't know about. He might be lying.
This
Might
was
have been.
2 months ago. I mean, jeez.
And he might be lying.
Go 2 whole months without
It's
an affair. Come on.
Possible. It's alleged.
Allegedly.
You can't just accept what he says as fact.
3 days ago, she came home claiming she'd run around enough and was ready to settle down.
Okay.
Is it me, or does it seem like the third case each night has been the one to bring out the most comedy?
Oh my gosh.
I mean, it was the third case last time where you started your tirade about people doing their jobs.
Frickin' dirty banks, man.
The things you do for money.
Ugh.
The responsibilities you ignore. Man, we're all in the wrong line of work, huh?
Oh, good lord.
Uh,
Yeah, because all those guys got arrested or were murdered. So I wouldn't say we're in the wrong line of work.
right.
I'll change that too, actually.
3 days, by the way.
3 days, thank you.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, Caleb. Caleb!
Okay, that one is definitely not getting said out loud.
Caleb, you're a typical human being.
Excuse me.
Yeah, except for the fact that I can't just erase that.
What? Sorry. Okay, we can continue.
Oh, good lord.
I'm in a mood tonight, jeez.
Uh-huh.
Alright, tough guy, that's enough joking around. We get
Oh,
the
Lord.
idea. She's sleeping around.
All right. Okay, so next.
Yeah, sure. Oh boy. I almost hesitate to say this. Before she had run off, she'd had a series of lovers stretching back almost 10 years. Oh boy, brace yourselves.
Oh, no.
For how long?
10 years.
10 years. It's funny, I was thinking in that same tone of resignation that you just said that. I can't imagine why, but... Oh.
There.
Okay, that's
Okay,
straight into
okay.
it.
That's a good way to say it.
I'm lulling you into a false sense of security by writing normal
Yes, I
things.
know.
Oh, good lord.
Her
Okay.
latest before the cowboy was Keith Scully. That's Sculley.
Okay.
A chemist who worked under Felton at Telcher Chemical.
Okay.
That is location U. Somewhere that I don't think we've actually been beyond the parking lot of.
Nope. What was his name?
His name was Keith Scully. Sculley.
A worker.
A chemist at Telcher Chemical. That's Telcher.
Got that one.
He worked under Dr. Fenton.
Okay. And where is Telcher Chemicals?
Letter U.
Thank you.
At the time of their marriage, Lisa was very young, and there's a 17-year gap.
Sorry?
I say, at the time they were married, Lisa was very young, and there was a 17-year difference in their ages.
Okay, so 38 plus 17 is 55.
Yes, correct.
Woof.
Mm.
That was a long one.
He stated that Lisa seemed pretty shook up when she split up with Thornton.
Thornton or Scully?
Thornton,
Okay.
the country boy. Oh, let's see, what's up? And that she'd been visiting Dr. Resnick regularly since coming home.
Ho 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 ho.
He would have been next. I mean, what?
Possibly was already there.
Something about those regular exams. And here's the weird thing. I find it interesting that they use the adverb regularly when it's been only 3 days since she's been back.
Right.
How frequently would this have been? Is my question.
There we go. So, hold on.
I mean, you're not wrong necessarily, but
So I got a few more names I gotta put down here.
The other man.
Okay.
The other man, Dr. Resnick.
and again, Resnick's office is letter P.
Cool.
I do think we should look over the.
Well, who's the
Death
child that showed up?
Yes, it was at this point that Sharon, Fenton's 18-year-old daughter, had come in and sat next to him. So we take our leave at this point back out to the pool. The coroner, Dr. Coswell, has sent the body to the morgue at this point. And from his visual observation, this is the only part that's really important out of all that, is that there was no sign of violence on the body. Mm-hmm.
How long have they been married?
Presumably at least 18 years.
I don't believe that has been said.
Did he mention what age they were married at?
No. The statement there is he had married Lisa when she was very young, and there was a 17-year difference in their ages.
Okay.
It does not give numerical age as to when they would have been married. So yeah, no violence on the body.
Uh-huh.
Did we check her system for drugs or poison?
Not
The
yet.
next sentence after
I
that.
think I snuck one past you guys as well.
What?
What, professionally? I saw that.
No, the one just before that.
Oh!
Caleb!
What? I'll change it.
Caleb!
You snuck that one in all right. Oh my good lord.
See, I have to ambush you with these, otherwise it's not funny. It's just a series
Caleb,
of
I
bad...
can't believe you. You spelled Thornton Thronton.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
your
dear.
takeaway?
It's a good takeaway. Uh,
There's a phrasing I haven't heard in a while. Oi.
hang on, this should be in a separate note. Uh-huh.
So that would mean that she was at least, or at most, 20 when they got married.
That's assuming.
There we go. I have moved that one down there because that's actually a legitimate note.
Okay.
That's assuming she had had Sharon after marriage, which we don't know.
Right.
Although I suppose very young would constitute a certain ceiling here, but anyway.
More like a floor.
Yeah. Anyway, to answer Robin's question regarding drugs, the next sentence is his preliminary autopsy report will be on your desk as soon as he can get it there.
Okay.
Now the wind conditions are sort of trilinear here, so let's go over that again. At first, we need to discover whether Lisa had committed suicide, died accidentally, or was murdered. So this is where it splits up, and you can see that right on the screen. If it was suicide, explain the reason. If it was accidental, describe the surrounding circumstances. If it was murder, you need murderer and motive. You don't necessarily need evidence this time.
Okay, so suicide, accident, murder.
Yep. And basically explain the reasoning behind this. Everybody begins at the Fenton house. So.
Sorry.
Good.
She is not a victim. We don't know that.
And here we go.
The deceased.
Here are your choices. And begin.
All right. Well. Oh.
Oh, there's another child. How old's the son?
We don't know yet. We haven't spoken to him.
This is the first mention of him. Boy, we are long off the beaten path already here.
Alrighty. Yeah, don't worry. I think I'm done. Unless they hand me anything else.
Okay, so we should talk to Carl.
Talk to Carl?
I think we should talk to all of them just to see if there's anything else they can give.
Do we want to assign
Yes,
priority?
that's true.
Are we assigning priority?
We haven't talked to Carl Fenton yet, so let's talk to him.
Okay. I don't think she was going to change. After all these years, why should she?
Okay.
Well.
Okay.
My father only stayed with her to avoid a custody fight with Sharon and me in the middle.
Okay.
Since she's been back, she seemed depressed to me. But I don't know if she'd kill herself.
Okay. Okay. So, do we want to talk to Sheldon? We didn't really talk to Sharon. She just kind of showed up. Hold on one moment. I need to add one more thing.
Caleb.
Oh boy.
There. No. Age
Unknown.
unknown.
There we go.
There's no KN in the middle there.
Well, thank you very much.
Anyway.
Should we talk to Sharon?
Maybe next time I'll believe you. Yeah, let's talk to Sharon.
I think Mom was serious when she said she wanted to stay with us from now on.
Okay. Let's write that down.
Some conflicting opinions.
Well, yeah, she's complicated. Okay.
I heard her telling some man on the phone yesterday afternoon that she was fished with all that.
Okay.
Fished?
Fished.
Fished.
The manual says
Fished.
fished.
Oh. Is that what the kids are calling it these days?
Uh-huh. That's a lot of fishing expeditions. But anyway.
Okay.
She used to go out at 1 or 2 in the morning and sit by the pool sipping brandy. Everybody who knows her knows that. Yeah. Sipping. I don't know if either of you would know the answer to this, but does one simply sip brandy?
I don't know. I don't drink brandy. And I don't know others who do on a consistent basis. I mean, I suppose it's a type of wine that has been run through something that I can't remember at the moment. I suppose you would sip brandy if you were if you weren't like trying to get sloshed.
Brandy is a liqueur produced by distilling wine.
Distilling wine, okay.
Yeah. Brandy generally contains 35 to 60% alcohol by volume? Jeez!
Yep. I wanted to say it was distilled, but I couldn't remember because it's been a while since I looked that up.
And is typically consumed as an after-dinner digestif.
Could be worse.
Some brandies are aged in wooden casks.
Or to get hammered. So some are aged in casks. What are others aged in?
Stomachs. I mean, I'd say that's a pretty vintage way to get inebriated.
Vintage.
Thought you'd like that.
Okay.
Anyway. What do?
So I guess we should talk to the husband? Although I doubt we're gonna get any more information out of him.
Is it worth the try?
I guess it might give us an indication of whether he thinks she would commit suicide.
Yeah, he might have something else to say.
Okay.
Anything?
My wife was 38, but looked 30. Last year she looked 25. She was beginning to age faster. She finally realized she wasn't a kid anymore. See if the next one brings anything. This was the first time she had actually run away, but when she came back, I really believed she was ready to settle down. So that's repeat from the story.
Mm-hmm.
No.
So the other affairs were done from home. This was the first time she'd actually left.
Not said out loud, but potentially. No, I didn't kill her. If I had, it would have been years ago. Not now, when she was finally ready to settle down and start over. I'm a heavy sleeper. I didn't hear
Hold on, I'm still taking notes about the first few things.
Hello, sleepy kitty. All right. So much typing.
Okay, and what's the next one?
I'm a heavy sleeper. I didn't hear her get up, but then I never did. So we totally want to solve the case now. Right?
Okay.
Hey, when
Guess
I
we should
found
examine the pool area.
Yeah, let's
Hey,
examine the.
when I found out, I had to tell Dad that Snark was the bastard who sold Carol the poisoned cocaine.
What?
Previous case.
Uh-huh.
The pool area, huh?
Yep.
Yeah.
We got anything?
There is some sort of stain on the sag stone next to a poolside chair.
Okay. On the sagging flagstone.
Smoke and fog.
Okay.
There is an open bottle of brandy sitting on the bar. And that's that.
By itself, just yeah.
That's all it said, just the open bottle of brandy.
Where are you putting this information?
Well.
There.
Yeah, I'm adjusting previous notes to try and keep it all concise.
It's just difficult for me to follow sometimes.
Yeah. That indicates that she might have been alone. At least not drinking with someone.
Where's the glass?
I don't know. She might have just been drinking straight from the bottle if this was a habit.
Well, I mean, that level of alcohol and those amounts would certainly not help the aging process.
No, brandy's not something you just drink from the bottle.
No sane person, anyway.
Yeah.
That would be like the equivalent of like drinking a mug of espresso. You just don't do it.
Also, I don't know if the stain has anything to do with anything. There weren't any...
Do we want to do
no
further?
outward signs of a struggle.
Do we want to do further forensic investigation, or do we want to move on?
Yeah, let's keep looking around.
Okay. Next check.
The bushes.
The bush.
Bushes.
Bushy tail.
What have we got?
There is a shard. There is a shard of Borkin glass, possibly from
Borkin glass.
possibly from
Borkin
a brandy snifter, under the bushes.
Oh
near
no, not Borkin glass.
Under the bushes near the patio.
Well, there's the glass.
How did it get over here?
Above my
That
pay.
might be what the stain's from.
Above my pay grade, sir.
Yeah. Hang on. No, I have to do it this way.
Well, the good news is that's it. Now, what are you doing?
Interesting.
Examine the bathroom off the master bedroom.
If you'd like to check the murder scene note, I have written down.
He hath wrote down.
He hath wrote
He hath
down.
wrote down the Borkin glass.
One of the best things that's been said all night.
Okay. So what have we got by the bathroom off the master bedroom?
Sniffer.
A brandy sniffer.
That's what it sounded like you said.
It's a snifter.
Snifter, thank you.
That's even better. Is this actually what a brandy glass is called? I have to look this up.
Snifter. Yes.
It is a footed glass that is wide at the bottom and tapers to the top, used for brandy and other drinks.
That's a nice looking glass.
Examine bathroom. Did I hear?
Yes.
It's like a short wine glass.
Yeah.
There is an empty vial of Valium standing on the sink.
Oh. Hold on.
One does not simply drink Valium. I don't think.
Valium is used to treat anxiety disorders, alcohol withdrawal symptoms, or muscle spasms.
Yes, indeed, but there was nothing withdrawal about what's been going on here.
Well, yeah. But...
The other clue is meaningful whenever you're ready.
Can cause paranoid or suicidal ideation and impair memory, judgment, and coordination. Combining with other substances, particularly alcohol, can slow breathing and possibly lead to death.
Okay.
There is a paper cup with a slight residue in it standing on the sink. Well, that's all we can do here. Guess the next question is where to? What are our choices? What are our good choices, I should say? We could go anywhere.
Our choices are... we weren't really given a location for Rip Thornton, were we?
No.
So, we can either go speak to Keith Scully at Telcher Chemicals, the man before Rip Thornton, or we could go and see Dr. Resnick, who she was apparently seeing more often.
I think we should talk to Resnick.
I think we should go see Resnick.
Okay.
He would have seen her more recently.
Destination?
That would be letter P at his office. Let's interview Dr. Resnick.
Lisa felt she needed something to alarm her. I agreed and prescribed Valium.
Okay. Okay.
And I don't believe she was suicidal. I would never have given her Valium if I thought she was.
I think this is an accident.
Possibly. There we go. Given her history, do you think we should probably interview the staff and see if they have anything to add about her frequency of visits?
Yeah, talk
about
to the
her
receptionist.
activities?
The receptionist would have information on that.
Okay.
The nurse might want to gossip as well. We'll see.
The receptionist is tight-lipped.
Okay.
Alright.
Do we want to talk to the nurse as well?
I honestly think we have it already.
There's a few things that aren't adding up.
What isn't?
Well, let's walk through this. What do you think happened?
Well, it seems to me that she got up in the middle of the night because she's suffering from withdrawal symptoms. She goes to take the Valium, takes a lot of it, apparently.
Withdrawal and depression, yes.
Tries to go back to bed, still can't sleep. So she goes outside, pours herself a glass of brandy, and sits down and starts drinking it. When she starts choking and sputtering, she throws the glass. It splashes on the flagstone. The glass breaks and rolls under the bush, and she falls face first into the pool.
So you're thinking accident brought on by suicide attempt?
No,
Not
it's
by
not
suicide.
it's not a suicide attempt. She just was suffering from very serious withdrawal symptoms, took way too much Valium, tried to go back to sleep, could not, went outside, got some alcohol because it's the only thing that she knows quells the withdrawal. Drank the brandy. Brandy plus Valium makes bad things happen, can cause death. Anyway, she poisoned herself, threw the glass, fell face first into the pool.
So
It's possible, but...
did not consider the consequences of combining the two, you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
and
That's
then
possible.
everything else happened.
Yeah. Yeah, it's possible that she just took the Valium and then later took the brandy, not really knowing not really knowing the difference. It's like I doubt she would have taken the Valium and then the brandy.
Well, it's obvious that's what happened, though.
Yeah. Like she was probably taking the Valium for her depression rather than any withdrawal symptoms. The fact that she still had alcohol at the ready means she was probably drinking with some consistency.
Well, if you'd like to make that official, you can after the next move.
I think we should go check the autopsy.
Check autopsy?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Well,
that
should
will
we check the patient files first?
Well, no, because it's just going to say that she was prescribed Valium. It's not going to have anything else there.
Okay.
consensus?
Well, let's go get that autopsy.
Okay. Police station is letter N.
Uh-huh. Let's check the autopsy report.
Okay. Death was caused by drowning.
Okay.
Her body contained enough thorazine mixed with brandy to cause unconsciousness and possibly death.
Okay.
Hang on.
You're checking to see if thorazine and Valium are the same thing?
Yeah. Thorazine.
How do you spell thorazine?
THORAZINE.
Okay.
And the last one is a dud.
Thorazine versus Valium. Trying to see. It doesn't.
Thorazine.
Who would win, a powerful pharmaceutical or one Valley boy?
They seem to be different medications.
Valium is diazepam and is a
Thorazine is chlorpromazine, so they're different drugs. They're both used to manage anxiety, though.
That's unusual. Hold on.
What's your current thought process?
Let me read what's...
Just remember to pay special attention to the Borkin glass.
Chlorpromazine. Yeah, like, what? I feel like it being over there is significant. Like, she might have been throwing it at something. I mean, it's possible that she just threw it over there as a response to the reaction it was giving her. Antipsychotic. Antipsychotic? What the? Treatment of bipolar. Maybe we should have checked her medical records.
Using chloromazine together with diazepam may increase side effects such as dizziness, drowsiness, confusion, and difficulty concentrating. Some people, especially the elderly, may also experience impairment in thinking, judgment, and motor coordination. You should avoid or limit the use of alcohol while being treated with these medications. Also avoid activities requiring mental alertness such as driving or operating hazardous machinery until you know how the medications affect you.
Here's the thing. Thorazine is available as a generic medication. Anyone could have gotten their hands on that.
Ooh. Wait, is it available as a generic or is it available as over the counter?
It's available as a generic.
Yeah, that's generics still need to be prescribed. They're just cheaper than
Yeah,
other drugs.
that's interesting.
Okay, okay, so that makes some sense because if she was prescribed Valium, she might have gotten the generic from her pharmacist instead of the brand name. That could explain why she had the Thorazine versus the Valium.
But she has a bottle of Valium.
Yeah.
An empty bottle of Valium. So I have posted a question. How did Thorazine get into the deceased's system? And what happened to the Valium?
Do you think it could be a mistake?
It's possible, but
Like they didn't think that we would be able to know that those two drugs were different.
Let's keep looking, and we'll see if
Yeah, okay.
we'll see what the game thinks in a minute.
Yeah, we can go look at the medical records again.
Let's go look at the medical records.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll relocate. Back to Resnick.
Back to Resnick, location P.
And we want to check the patient files. Unfortunately, no.
Shall we question Nurse Fitzpatrick just to cross this whole thing off?
Yeah, sure. If this is a mistake, I'm gonna be really pissed.
If it's a mistake, we'll craft our own answer. Anything?
No.
Okay.
And the receptionist didn't know anything either.
Correct.
Thorazine. Okay, so we do have another lead.
Yeah.
Everything else has kind of failed to produce. Oh.
What?
This is a big lead.
What?
Keith Scully works at a chemical plant.
Okay.
And he was the other man.
Also, a point. Somebody called her a few days before she died, and she told them off and said, "No, I'm not doing that anymore."
Either an old flame or Resnick. It doesn't look like it was Resnick, so probably an old flame.
How old is the question?
Well, I think it's time we spoke to Keith Scully.
I do too.
Destination?
Telcher Chemicals. This is interesting.
He's not here.
Well, shall we interview people? After all, Keith Scully worked here. They are friends of his. They might have information about where he is and what his actions were recently.
Okay.
Then we can search around, see if there's any records of any chemicals being taken. Or maybe they'll volunteer that.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
let's
Priority?
interview this...
Priority?
Let's interview Harry Bell, the security chief.
Yeah, he'll know if anything's been stolen.
Just like that security guard at the bank knew.
Well, let's see if this guy is better at his job.
You're triggering me real hard right now.
Sorry, Robin.
Is this man any better at his job?
I'll let you be the judge. I haven't seen her since she's been back. I called her yesterday, but she refused to meet me anywhere.
Harry Bell?
That's what clue number 320 is reading.
What?
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I guess it. I mean, that's odd.
Unless this is just another guy.
I guess.
So could you repeat that, please?
Yes. Let me step back to 320.
So we at least found the guy that called her.
I haven't seen her since she's been back. I called her yesterday, but she refused to meet me anywhere. I mean, that to me would fit nicely with the old flame theory. Maybe he heard she was back from somebody like Keith Scully, and thought
Maybe he'll have mentioned to him later. I don't know, but I don't. It seems weird that. Well, I guess it's not all that weird that she would have had flings with multiple people from her husband's work.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, and next one.
Hold on.
What are you
This
doing?
is just to cover our bases in case this is a thing.
In some backhanded way that's going to render me helpless.
He's not answering.
I know.
Hold on. No.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems really weird that they would just fling different names at us like this.
Maybe this just adds depth to her problem.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
She asked
Anyway,
me.
he has more things to say, right?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
She asked me not to call her anymore. What she wanted now was a husband and a family.
Right.
Okay.
Well, that's certainly a step you take if you're being honest about that.
So that rules out suicide, I think.
Okay. Anything else?
Hey, we had our fun, but it didn't mean anything. If she didn't want to see me again, there are plenty of other women who would. Something tells me this guy puts a little too much stock in his own hype.
Still doesn't explain where the Thorazine came from.
Anything else?
I watched TV alone last night. I watched the Yankees lose 7-2. I want to know to whom.
Well, when was this made?
1983.
Probably the Orioles. The Orioles won the series that year. I don't know if they were still division rivals at the time, but...
Well, now I'm looking at this.
In 1941, they lost to the Tigers, 7-2.
Hang on. 1983, you said?
Yeah. None of those games in the World Series shows a loss of 7-2.
The World Series was the Orioles versus the Phillies.
Hmm.
I was, yeah. Want to see their schedule and results. Do we have anything else from him, or was that it?
That was it.
Schedule by Baseball Almanac.
Oh,
Why don't we just find Biff's book?
they won a game 7-2 against the Twins. They lost to the Chicago White Sox.
Oh.
7-2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could be that.
Well, it's like, we'll assume that this is information that's easily readable in the paper.
I'm going to metagame here and see if I can find the winning team of that game.
What game? Oh.
Chicago White Sox. I just found it as well.
Uh-huh. There were two other games that ended 7-2, but the Yankees won both of them.
Hmm. It may have just been totally fictionalized and
Probably, but
kind of shoot in.
But the fact that there is a game in '83 that
they lost 7-2.
they lost 7-2 adds to the validity of it.
Sure.
Plus, it's fun to do this stuff, this random stuff.
Absolutely,
Is that
it
it?
adds. Yeah, that's it for Harry Bell. I mean, that certainly adds spice and variety to what we're doing here. That might otherwise be bland to any average viewer.
Yeah.
But anyway.
So let's interview Thelma Rice.
Right.
Oh.
She has lots to say.
The executive vice president. She probably knows where he is.
Dr. Fenton met Lisa when he was teaching college. She was one of his students.
Ah.
Oh, that's not a problem at all, is it?
Yes.
Oh.
Hold on.
Hold
I'll
your
write her down.
salacious gossip, Andrew.
I'll write her down as a person of interest.
On.
I'll write her down as a person of interest. Dr. Fenton's boss. Thelma Rice. Okay.
Well, this answers a question that was had earlier.
Okay.
He was 37 and she was 20. He married her because she was expecting Sharon.
Okay. Yep.
Shotgun
So my math
wedding.
checked out.
Yep. Shotgun wedding.
Okay.
The university fired him, and we hired him. His morals are his own business, and he is a brilliant researcher. He presently holds 3 patents that have made him very wealthy.
Okay.
Lisa was pregnant.
What? Oh, I thought you were giving me more information.
No, not yet. But there
Okay.
is one more thing.
Okay.
Of course, money and brains aren't everything. Not with the way Lisa carried on, or with Carl's school problems. He must have seen Carl's guidance counselor a dozen times last year.
Interesting.
So Carl is a problem child.
Maybe.
That's some good background.
It still doesn't explain the Thorazine. If it was just Valium in her system, it would be open and shut case, accident, but because it's not, it just throws everything into question.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
A dozen saw the school counselor how many times?
A dozen. He must have seen Carl's guidance counselor a dozen times last year.
Okay.
That's an interesting theory you've got there.
I just had to get that thought out of my head.
Okay.
Anything else? That's it?
Not from Rice.
Okay, shall we talk to Paul Nettles, the PR man? I doubt we'll get anything out of this guy. He's...
Well, sure, he's a PR man.
Ugh.
Well, the first one's useless. I think we can gauge from this, but let's get confirmation like a good moderator.
Yep. And like a good detective, you never assume.
5 numbers, 5 duds.
Alright, shall we look around the chemical plant?
I think so.
Alright. Priority?
Let's go through the chemical labs.
Nope.
Dang it.
Let's examine the books. Maybe they have some Thorazine missing.
Says Fenton owns 3 patents. What does he own?
Nothing in the books.
Do we want to search Telcher's office?
I don't think that's gonna give us anything. Did we want to talk to the PR guy?
We already
already
have.
tried.
He got us. He
Alright.
gave us nothing.
Okay.
So Telcher's office is the last option. That or head out.
Well, let's try it.
I don't think we're gonna get a good score on this case anyway.
Consensus?
Let's go check it out.
Alright. That's probably...
Yeah.
Robin was correct. Where can we still go?
Are we sure we didn't get a location for Rip Thornton?
Positive. There was nothing to indicate him.
We are officially out of leads.
I'm really starting to think it was just a mistake, which really ticks me off.
No location.
Do you want to just say my thing was the thing and just
That she took her Valium and then went to go have her traditional glass of brandy. We don't have any evidence to show that someone else gave her any drugs. We have evidence that she took drugs she didn't have, but we don't know where she got them. Ultimately, this case will have to be written down. This case will have to go as cold. If they have to settle it, we'll have to call it an accident.
we don't have anywhere else we can go.
Let me look over my notes.
If you guys would take a one time only because there's something that I think should have been said in one of the testimonies that was not.
How do you mean?
I'm thinking about Telma Rice's testimony regarding seeing Carl's school counselor. Why would that clue not have indicated the high school as a point of interest? To talk to the counselor yourself.
Yeah.
Do we have a location for the high school?
D. The same high school where Wally Snark was strung up 4 cases ago.
Okay, let's check it out.
Only because I think they were remiss on that one.
Guidance counselor, Judy Kern.
Judy Kern. Okay, hold on. What location is this? C?
D.
D.
I find it interesting that they would deviate from noting a location at this point in the game.
Uh-huh.
Either that or they were trying to make this the point in the game where you knew the locations by now, or so it would think. And if that's what they did, I personally don't like it.
Yeah, especially halfway through a case. It's like...
Yeah. So I'll give you guys that one to kind of make up the difference.
Okay, Carl Fenton's guidance counselor. Judy Kern. Let's see what she has to say.
Sharon is a lovely girl. She had dated Chris Panula for a long time.
Oh, hold on.
Writing down POI. So that's Chris Panula. Panula.
Was dating or had dated?
Had dated.
Thank you.
That manner of saying it indicates somebody broke it off.
Yeah. Okay, what else?
Carl is extremely bright, but he's had his problems socializing with the other boys.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay.
He seemed to improve since he's been seeing Dr. Nardi at City Hospital.
Interesting.
That is location
Okay.
Z.
City Hospital, location Z.
The same hospital that housed Robert O'Neill during his kidney issues.
Yeah.
I think we need to look into that.
Doctor what?
Nardi. Nardi.
Do we have a location for that hospital?
Letter
Z.
yes. Letter Z.
Okay.
Shall we talk to Chris Panula real quick?
I don't see how it's relevant.
If something was going on, she might have told him something. She's the only one. Yeah, she said that everyone knew about her mother's brandy habit, but she's been the only one to bring it up.
Mm-hmm.
So if someone were to poison the brandy or to
Mm-hmm.
do something, it's unlikely. I just want to make sure.
Is that what we're gonna do? Talk to Chris?
Let's just talk to him real quick. We're not gonna get a good score here. I just want to be sure.
Sharon broke up with me because I made some stupid remarks about her brother.
Okay.
Well, at least you admit they were stupid.
Anything else?
Just repeat information. Well, you know, he always was a little strange. He even sees a shrink.
Okay.
Well, maybe not so much repeat information, but I guess now we know what Nardi is.
Yeah.
The thing is, if the son was prescribed Thorazine,
Ah,
that puts another wrinkle in this whole
it does, because
thing.
Thorazine is used in that sort of medicine. Hold on. Yeah, Thorazine is primarily used to treat psychotic disorders such as schizophrenia, sometimes bipolar disorder, severe
Anxiety
behavioral problems in
disorders.
children such
Yeah.
as ADHD, nausea, vomiting, anxiety before surgery, and hiccups that do not improve following other measures.
Yeah, so we need to go talk to him, I think.
It is in fact used in psychiatric medicine.
Alright, so what are we up to here?
we're gonna go see Dr. Nardi.
Okay.
At Z, right?
Yeah. Hold on. Okay.
What?
Darwin Childs. Wow.
Okay.
I see what you did there. Okay.
Alright, let's talk to Mr. Nardi here.
Dr. Nardi.
Mister.
Oh.
Carl hated his mother. Any improvement over the last few months is directly related to her having run off.
Uh-huh. Okay.
He's always felt that other boys were whispering about her, or knew about her. It made him very uncomfortable about being with them.
Okay. Okay.
After she left, he told me he felt like his whole life had opened up. No more talk behind his back and a good family life at home.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Come on, get to the part where you prescribe Thorazine, please.
Okay.
The last thing in the world he would want is his mother home and as an accepted part of the family.
Right. Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. 492. The last thing in the world he would want is his mother home and as an accepted part of the family.
Right. Okay, next.
I believe his mother was now ready to settle down and try to become part of the family structure.
Okay, okay.
I think we need to look through the medical files.
Medical files?
We'll wait for Caleb to finish typing.
Mm-hmm.
What's up?
Yeah, we should look through the medical files in the hospital pharmacy.
Okay.
Yeah. Come on.
The medical files reveal nothing.
Holy frick.
And we want the pharmacy as well?
Yes, what if he wasn't prescribed them?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a 0 as well.
Unfortunately, Caleb is correct.
Where did this frickin' Thorazine come from?
Well, let's examine the patient's room. Let's be thorough about this. let's go back, go everywhere we haven't, and look at the places we haven't been, and talk to the people that we haven't talked to.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
All right, so let's talk to Darwin Childs and Gilbert Frankel while we're here.
All right.
Darwin's no good.
What's the name of this game?
Mystery Master. Murder by the
Thank you.
dozen.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. Anything for Gilbert Frankel?
Presumably not. No.
Alright, so let's go over our notes. Alright, the deceased, Lisa Fenton, age 38, looks 25 to 30. Body found by her husband, dressed in black lingerie with no outward signs of a struggle. Autopsy reveals the death was caused by drowning, although her body contained enough brandy and thorazine to produce unconsciousness and possibly death. Her death was reported at 8:05 a.m. Death scene on 19 North Street in the family pool. There's a stain on the sagging flagstone next to the pool chair. An open bottle of brandy sits by itself on the bar. A broken glass lies under a nearby bush. Dr. Sheldon Fenton, age 55, states 2 months ago she had an affair with one Rip Thornton, but she had returned 3 days ago saying she was done running around with other men and wanted to finally settle down. He also claims that she had a number of affairs over the stretch of 10 years. Additionally, he informs us that the affair before Thornton was with Keith Scully, who I don't think has been mentioned in other cases.
No.
A chemist who worked under Dr. Fenton at Telcher Chemicals, been there, claims that Lisa seemed pretty shook up after splitting with Thornton and was seeing Dr. Resnick regularly since then. Second testimony claims that the deceased looked 25 last year and looked 30 this year. He believes that her age catching up with her was a factor in her deciding to really settle down this time. Also, he claims that the previous affair was the first time she had actually run away. He finishes by saying if he was going to kill her, he would have done it years ago, as well as denying knowledge of her getting up. Rip Thornton, we have received no location for. And he has not shown up in any other case, correct?
Correct.
Okay, the other man, Keith Scully. We have no location for this man.
We checked everywhere at home, right?
We checked the entire place.
Okay.
Because the 3 things we could do was talk to the husband, talk to the sister, talk to the brother, check the pool, check the bushes, check the bedroom, bathroom. We checked all that. The husband, the son and the daughter's testimony is coming up. The pool showed us a open bottle of brandy and a stain on the floor, on the stone. The bush showed us the broken glass that looked like it might be a brandy snifter. And the bathroom is where we found the empty bottle of Valium and a cup with some powder in it.
It didn't say powder, it just said residue.
Residue, rather.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning that it was
basically, if it was a
something
liquid medicine, she might have tried to pour it out into the cup and take it from the cup.
Either that, or it was something to be mixed with water.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that it was on the sink means that what she took, she fully trusted.
Mm-hmm.
Whether she made a mistake or someone had done it for her. Though the fact that there was no attempt to dispose of it means that she probably portioned it out herself. But by that time, it might have been traded for thorazine. Or possibly, by the time the Valium wore out at some point, and she went to go have the brandy, but the brandy had been tainted with thorazine. Either that, or yeah, because the Thorazine here is the big issue. But anyway, moving on through other notes. Person of interest, Dr. Resnick. We searched his whole office and talked to everyone there because we thought we had a lead. We didn't at first, but then we thought we had a lead and we looked. Claims to have prescribed Valium to the deceased to calm her nerves and does not believe she was suicidal. Sharon Fenton believes the deceased really wanted to settle down and claims she overheard her mother on the phone turning down a man's invitation to, which is later corroborated. She offers information that the deceased was known to drink brandy by the pool at early hours past midnight. Carl Fenton does not think the deceased was going to change her ways and believes his father only stayed with her to avoid a custody fight. Does believe that she seemed depressed since she returned, but does not believe she would kill herself. An empty vial of Valium sits on the master bathroom sink. A paper cup with some residue is also present. Ex-flame Harry Bell claims he hasn't seen the deceased since she returned to her husband. He says he called her, but she refused to meet him. He also claims she was going to stay with her husband and family from now on. Apparently, he wasn't too torn up about it and claims he was at home watching the Yankees lose to the White Sox 7-2. We have not seen Harry Bell anywhere else, correct?
Correct.
Don't think so.
We also talked to everyone and looked at everything at the chemical plant because we thought that was a potential lead on the Thorazine. And then we get to all of this. Claims that Dr. Fenton met the deceased while he was a college professor and she was his student. Apparently they had enough. Is there a university?
Checking.
They were married due to pregnancy, but he lost his job at the U and was hired by Fenton Chemicals.
Cordwinder House, Fenton House, Telcher House, Mid-City High School, Associated Bank, Stone's Drugstore, the Post Office, the Library, the Municipal Building, Liebman's Jewelry Shop, Roebuck's Flower Shop, Texas Construction Inc., Martha's Boutique, the Police Station, the News Herald, Resnick's Office, the Garden Apartments, Restaurant on the Park, Sloan and Williams Law Office, the Telcher Chemical Plant, the Warehouse, Bellman's Gas Station, the Twin Cinema Theaters, Sinclair Towers, City Hospital, Guanchel's Bar, and the Church of St. Peter.
So no.
Okay, there's one place that we haven't checked out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fully, I mean.
Okay.
So, continuing onward, all the locations I've mentioned so far, we've done everything, right?
I don't think so.
So let's go. Hang on, let me go back again. Well, let me finish this and then I'll go back. We checked everything at the chemical plant because we thought that was a thing. Dr. Fenton's boss, Thelma Rice, she claims that he met the deceased while he was a college professor and she was a student. There is no
We didn't
university.
check everything in the school.
We did not. Apparently they had an affair which resulted in Sharon. They were married due to the pregnancy, but he lost his job at the university and was hired by Fenton Chemicals. She claims he has 3 patents of great value, maybe the lawyers. We'll check the school, and then if that yields nothing, we can check the lawyers.
Okay.
Because that's who would the lawyers hold patents, or would that be more of a municipal thing? I think it would be lawyers, wouldn't it?
I believe lawyers, yes. Municipality would have nothing to do with that.
Due to her affairs and his lackluster performance in high school, she stated that Sharon had dated Chris and was a good student. Carl was extremely bright but had problems socializing.
The high school?
Yeah, go to the high school. Let's interview John Frolic, and then let's look through everything. That's nothing.
I believe you're correct. Yes.
Okay, let's examine the school grounds.
Alright, where do we want to hit?
Let's hit the gym. Well, did we hit the school student records?
Not to my recollection.
Let's hit the student records.
No.
Okay. Let's examine the gym and search the library.
Okay.
This is almost definitely nothing, but we need to exhaust our leads at this point.
Yeah, that's nothing. The library.
Gonna be so pissed if this was a mistake.
Yeah, nothing there either.
Okay.
Now,
wait, no, there was one other location that we went to that we didn't thoroughly check.
Where?
Home base. We only looked at the autopsy.
So the police station.
Yeah. Let's check the lab report.
Okay.
Ah. Let's see what this brings us. The paper cup contained enough Valium to kill an elephant.
But she didn't have any Valium in her system.
Okay. Oops, I forgot a space there. Okay. Anything else?
The stain on the patio was made by spilt brandy.
Uh-huh.
Right. Okay.
There was no trace of thorazine in the brandy on the bar.
Okay.
The frick? Okay.
The shard of broken glass came from a brandy snifter, which contained both brandy and a large dose of thorazine.
Where did it come from?
Hold on.
Hmm?
Interesting.
So the thorazine would have had to been in the glass before she poured it.
Or it was added.
But where did the thorazine come from?
Alright, anything else?
That's it for this one.
Okay. Let's call our three friends here. See if they have any. Oh wait, let's run a computer search through records first.
Search did no good.
Okay. Let's call our three friends here.
Okay, any particular order?
1, 2, 3. Let's call
Okay.
the sergeant, the lieutenant, and our pet.
Sergeant is useless.
Okay. Also useless.
Lieutenant is useless. And stool is useless.
Okay. I'm wondering if this might be. Hold on.
Disclaimer, I know the answer, but I don't know how to get there.
I have a crazy theory.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
We're listening, friend.
What if it's all three? Hear me out. First, somebody tries to kill her by making her overdose on Valium. However, while that's happening, she goes out to the pool and while reflecting decides she's going to commit suicide. So she pours in a bunch of thorazine, mixes it with her brandy, and takes a drink. However, what before she can die of that, she accidentally falls into the pool unconscious, thus failing to have killed herself and died of an accident after an attempted murder and attempted suicide.
No, I don't think so, Caleb.
You are
I'm
going. You are going to have to settle on one.
Yeah. All right.
What
The
haven't?
Where did the freaking Thorazine come from?
What haven't we done?
Let's go check the law office. That's the only thing.
All right.
That's the only thing in my notes that I have left to find. Although I suppose the bar might hold a country singer.
Well, here's the law
Well,
office
let's try
anyway.
the law office first.
All right. Let's just go through the numbers.
No good.
No. Lindemann,
No good.
Ronald Williams.
Nope.
So if we go to a completely wrong location, it just gives us 99.99.
It seems to be the case. And just to confirm, which we could have guessed, 99 reads no clue.
Yeah. Okay, so
Through this case.
hold on.
Do we want to just make a theory and torpedo the whole damn thing?
Let's check the bar.
All right.
They didn't tell us to go to the bar.
I just want to look at the bar. Don't bother questioning anybody. Let's leave.
Okay.
Okay, check out the bar room, and then we'll leave.
Okay.
Nothing.
Leave to where?
I say we go to every building looking for this freaking guy.
We're just gonna
Yeah.
We're just gonna torpedo this then.
Rip Thornton.
I don't think this has anything to do with him, though.
He's the only lead we have left, and he's missing. We have no location.
The only other thing I can think of is if the son was given it or got it somehow.
Well, let's think about this, because it's like...
Because he's the only one right now that we know has any vendetta against her.
But that's only if it's a murder. We have to see if it's a suicide, a murder, or an accident. What we have here is...
The thing is, if she had Valium in her system, then it would have been an accident. But she doesn't. She has something else that we'd have no lead on.
Yeah, what we have here is a cup with Valium in it, no Valium left, enough Valium to kill a horse, but no Valium left in the container. We have a brandy glass with
here's the
traces
thing,
of Thorazine, but no Thorazine in the brandy.
So the only thing we don't know is how in the hell he got the Thorazine, or how it even showed up. Whoever got the Thorazine.
We have nothing to suggest there was any malevolent intent with the Valium. We have something to suggest there may have been malevolent intent with the Thorazine, but no way of establishing where it came from, let alone who had it. The only thing we know for sure is that the drugs, which should have been enough to kill her, didn't, and she probably accidentally fell in the water and drowned.
There's a particular number clue that I'm looking for here. I realize I'm metagaming at this point, but who cares? I have the solution.
I don't like this case.
We've checked all of our leads.
All right.
The only lead we have left is one we don't have a lead to, so it's just...
Does anybody care at this point if I do
No.
a
Yes!
mini investigation of my own here?
I want to make sure that this game, in fact, did us dirty. I want to see if the solution is out there to find, and if it is, I want to find it.
And what I was about to do would be something to that effect.
Which is what?
Recheck Resnick's office, the hospital, and home base. This case is going to end on rank 12. It doesn't matter.
Sure, you
can't
can
go
go ahead and
anywhere.
reject
Yeah,
them,
let's try Resnick's office, because I don't think we checked everything there.
but... Okay.
Yeah, we didn't check the
The
examination
X-ray
room,
room or the
X-ray room.
examination room? Yeah.
Alright, so what do we do?
Let's check the X-ray room and the examination room. We checked with Dr. Resnick, Nurse Fitzpatrick, and Helen Todd.
I think.
The x-ray room is no good.
Check
Yeah,
with
'cause
Nurse
the
Fitzpatrick again real
receptionist-
quick.
Check.
Because the nurse and the receptionist had nothing to say, I remember.
Well-
let me confirm that. Again, time doesn't
Yeah.
matter here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and now the examination room.
That's no
So-
good either.
Back to the hospital.
Alright.
I'm pretty sure we exhausted all of our choices at the hospital
No, we
because
didn't.
we checked.
We didn't check with Darwin Childs or Gilbert Frank. We did.
We did.
No,
did.
this was the first place we tried. Okay, and what was the other place we wanted to go to? Home base?
Back to home base.
We just checked home base.
No, home.
Oh, this place.
We checked everything here, though.
I know what I'm looking for. And what the hell?
Huh?
Did we just get
Break the game.
torpedoed out of the game?
Sorry, what?
Did we do so bad that it told us no?
It's possible. Let me check the manual for reference of a time limit.
This case pisses me off.
All right, you know what? I'm just gonna do this.
Oh, hey!
Hmm.
What do you know? We get to start the case over.
Yeah, but this time. All right. Reestablishing share. All right. Here we go.
Case 6.
Pick up the phone.
Okay, let's see if we...
Let's just make sure we didn't miss anything.
Yeah, I'm literally just going to shoot through everything that's in locations that we could possibly have been. I know the clue number that I'm looking for. It's number 653.
Okay.
Okay, we're at the Fenton house. Here we go. I don't care about anything except 653. All right, the high school was a point of interest.
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right. Let me go to location list. All right. Cordwinder, no. Telcher, no. Bank, no. Drugstore, post office, library. Wait, drugstore?
What?
Let me think.
It was
Drugstore.
never given to us as a lead, but I guess we could check it.
If I find 653 here,
314 412. Is that anything?
oh my god. Okay. Starting with Melvin Stone. Yes, Lisa Fenton had a prescription for Valium. So this was a lead, another unspoken one like the high school. So
But we've never been to the drugstore before.
Yeah!
No, well, now I'm thinking this was an intentional move put into the game because the high school was not mentioned deliberately, but as a potential tie-off to the guidance counselor. And then, upon mention of a prescription for Valium, they must have tried to force inference for the drugstore to pick up the medications. Is my guess as to what happened here.
Okay, so is this Melvin Stone?
This is Melvin Stone, yeah.
Okay, so,
This isn't okay. I understand what they're trying to do, but they can't just be like, oh, because like there's codes associated with these things, and if you don't know the codes, you can't get there.
Right. They should, and I mean, if they're going to start by telling you the codes, they should continue to do so all the way throughout, to be quite honest.
But it was there to be solved. Okay, anything else?
Not really, because how would you, if you're just playing this, like, how would you know where the drugstore is?
Well, presumably you would have the map.
Well, we do have the map, but at the same time...
Well, yeah, you have the map.
It doesn't have them labeled.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you play this with a moderator.
Ah, okay. That's a good point.
If anything, this falls on me, but I still think that it's dirty to just not include the codes like that.
Yeah, it's a bit dirty of them. It's not really. Oof. Okay. Anything else in that line of questioning?
Oh, this is from David Littman.
Okay.
It's funny how both she and Carl need tranquilizers to cope. I guess being high-strung runs in the family.
Aha.
All right. And the stock boy.
Yeah, I'm beginning to wonder if I should have done more as moderator, but he, I believe, is useless. Yeah.
Did the owner have anything?
Look at the prescription records.
Prescription records. 653.
Holy frick!
And 653 is so important because it reads, Dr. Resnick had written a Valium prescription for Lisa. Carl had one for Thorazine written by Dr. Nardi.
Holy frick.
So...
why couldn't Dr. Nardi tell us that he had the prescription for Thorazine?
And why couldn't he have said that he had filed it to be picked up at that drugstore?
For that matter, we should have seen it in the patient records.
Yes!
I agree. So
stupid!
So this case did us incredibly dirty in terms of execution. Now, at this point, what do we think happened here?
Well, it's obvious. Carl spiked the drink. He spiked the glass. She went, got the frickin' brandy, drank it, started choking, fell face first into the pool, drowned.
That answers point one. The other question is why?
Because he hated her.
Hmm?
His life started being good once she left, and when she came back, he didn't want her there.
He didn't want it destroyed.
Yep, that is plenty close enough for me. And considering how dirty this was done, I'm going to allow some latitude. So you know what?
Oof. Jeez, man. Ugh.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I cannot wait to hear how this all went down, because this was fascinating to me.
So here we saw two instances of I don't even know what to call it. Like, they really something should have been said about making inferences, but I don't see anything that was after checking through the manual.
Well, now we know.
Yeah, so the 2 points indicated in the solution are name Carl Fenton as the murderer,
Okay.
mentioned that in his psychologically imbalanced mind, his mother, Lisa, was the cause of all his problems. That explanation was plenty close enough for me.
Oof.
So, what the hell caused all this?
Oh boy, I am interested to hear how this went.
Carl knew that the other boys whispered about his mother behind his back or heard their parents discussing her. He knew that they laughed at his father, the person who loved him and raised him, for putting up with her. When she left, a huge weight was lifted from his life. Carl could begin living normally without snickering and snide remarks. Then his mother came back, and his father accepted her, was willing to make a fresh start. Carl decided then that he had to kill her if he ever wanted a real life for himself. Carl emptied his bottle of Thorazine into his mother's brandy at the poolside bar. He stayed awake that night. When she had gone to sit in the moonlight, Carl sneaked into her bathroom, and emptied her Valium into a paper cup and made sure it dissolved. Then he spilled it down the sink, leaving just a slight residue for the police to find. He then went downstairs and waited for his mother to collapse from the Thorazine. When she did, her glass of brandy fell and smashed on the patio. He rolled her into the pool, cleaned up the broken glass, but missed a shard that landed under the bush nearest his mother's chair. He then switched the poisoned bottle of brandy for a good one. When she was discovered in the morning, he felt everyone would think she had taken the Valium and fallen or jumped into the pool. Her death would be considered accident or suicide. That is amazingly screwed up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And see, once we figured out, once we could trace the Thorazine, all of that makes sense.
All right. At this point, I'm going to go on the record with this. I understand if we want to abandon this because of that, but do we want to continue through the other 6 cases?
I am still enjoying myself.
I'm enjoying the game. It's just that's like.
And we were halfway through the game, and it's only screwed us over the one time. So.
And I think we have to keep this in mind.
It was pretty massive, but it was a pretty massive screw up.
I think we do have to keep this in mind for the next cases. That was like really mean of them to like just not tell us that like that was a thing.
I
think
agree.
it's.
I had no idea that I was supposed to be making inferences for anybody.
Right. It's either that or.
What if I give you guys...
There were just a couple of mistakes, like they neglected to put a bit of the code in to give us one of the evidences, or they neglected to give us...
How about this?
I just think it was really unnecessary for them to make you go to the drugstore to find out the prescription. Because you find out the prescription that was given to the wife from the doctor... So why wouldn't you find out the prescription that's given to the son from the other doctor?
There should have been something to point us to the drugstore. Even if it's the only drugstore in town, there should be something to indicate, some record that you can officially pick this up. Like who's just gonna wander over to a drugstore with a badge and no warrant to search this, you know?
Well, I mean, granted, given what we know about the drugs involved, and if there's only one drugstore in the town.
I still find that rather inexcusable.
Oh, it's yeah. As you guys have, I'm just more playing minor devil's advocate here. I completely agree with you guys. What?
Caleb, remember what I said about playing devil's advocate?
Yes.
Thank you.
But here's what I am going to do.
Okay.
I'm going to drop this right here. The location list in writing.
Okay, sweet.
So now if they're going to continue to make inferences necessary, you guys now have this resource for the rest of the game.
Okay, awesome.
Sweet. Thank you.
Anyway. So we're going to call that a win, with the
Yeah.
allowances made to make up for the debauchery that occurred here. Not necessarily Lisa's, but by
I
the
still
game
think
as
we
well.
should have. Yeah, I still think that information about the prescription should have been at the psychiatrist's office.
Absolutely.
Because that makes
Should've.
absolutely no sense that they would have no record on them that they gave that prescription to him.
Yeah.
Agreed. Location P should have had it for the Valium, and Location Z should have had it for the Thorazine. And there should have. And honestly, we don't even know Carl's age, so there was nothing to even properly indicate that he was in high school, let alone at Mid City. So yeah, there was that particular case had a little too much shoe-in on it.
Yeah, there's a lot of specific information that police would have asked for that wouldn't be there. that isn't
Absolutely.
there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well,
Woof. Okay.
with all of that having been said and done, we're halfway through the game. I'm starving. I have a headache. And I think it is time we say goodnight.
Good
Good night.
Thank you, folks, for
Man, oh, man.
watching. We are going to continue this next week with the knowledge we have now, and hope to see you then.